Good evening, sim racing fans, and fasten your seatbelts for the fastest couple of hours in all of short track racing. It is night one of the Blu-Emu short track shootout as presented by Windshield Deep. Tonight, Dave Truck Parts pole qualifying to set. We'll start to whittle it down from 120 drivers down to a handful more than 30 that will take the green flag come tomorrow afternoon, as 3/4 of a mile of pavement, virtual pavement, will test some of iRacing's finest. And we welcome you into our broadcast booth. Once again, good evening. Jacob Seelman joined by Justin Prince and Sean Butler as we get ready to go. It is, once again, the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by SimSeats. And JP, we're just about set for qualifying here at the 3/4 mile bull ring that is Richmond Raceway. And the talent is as deep a short track field as I think you and I have ever seen.
Absolutely. You have a field featuring multiple different eNASCAR, Coca-Cola, iRacing Series drivers and champions like Zach Novak, like Ray Alfala, and several others. You have drivers who competed in eNASCAR sanctioned events in the past, in the Ignite Series, such as Parker Retzlaff and many more. And you have some of the top short track racers in all of iRacing, like Alex McCollum, who's been dominant on the short track side of the service throughout 2020. It's a stacked field, which is going to be very difficult to try and make your way through because it has talent that would make anyone blush.
We're going to roll right into qualifying. It is going to be fast and furious over the next hour or so as we take you to the virtual Richmond Raceway, and the proprietor of Windshield Deep, Landon Huffman, going to be the first driver to take time here in mere moments as he's worked his number 75 towards the end of pit road. Real quickly, Sean Butler, you were with us when we did the E-Thanksgiving Classic just a month ago. Expecting anything less than the intensity that we saw then tonight?
Well, I mean, as long as the car's not flipping across the line at the end of that thing like it did in the last one, I expect nothing short of more excitement out of this. This is going to be great. As you guys mentioned, this field is just as stacked, if not more stacked, as the E-Thanksgiving Classic was. So I expect close action racing, expect very, very talented drivers throughout the event, very fast times, and ultimately, hopefully, another great finish as we saw in the E-Thanksgiving Classic.
Or we could even get to to thinking about the finish, though. We do have to think about qualifying, and a big change here, Sean, compared to the E-Thanksgiving Classic, where only the front row locked in on their times. Tonight, the top 10 in this field of nearly 120 drivers will lock in to the main event, which definitely changes the way you have to think about qualifying just a little bit.
Absolutely. So it's still a big benefit to get the pole, of course. You always want to get yourself locked in, but you got to think about, the little things. Richmond is a lot bigger track than Southern National is, of course. A lot of things can go right, a lot of things can go wrong at Richmond. So you got to make sure your line is right, got to make sure you're carrying as much speed as possible. And with the car count we have today, locking yourself in might just be as important as it was in the E-Thanksgiving Classic.
What everybody is chasing in this single car qualifying session, which will consist of two groups, so there will be a short break in between, is the $100 Driggers Small Engine Incorporated presented by Blu-Emu Pole Award, which will be handed out a little bit later. Right now, the first driver to take time working down the back straightaway to start the opening lap from Claremont, North Carolina in the Blu-Emu Maximum Pain Relief SimSeats number 75, the proprietor of Windshield Deep, Landon Huffman. And that'll be the big thing here. They'll come down the back straightaway to the line, start the lap, Justin Prince, and then have three-quarters of a mile to get it all done.
Not a lot of time and not a lot of wiggle room for any mistakes, obviously. You make one mistake, it could be the difference between the top 10 and potentially the top 60. So these competitors need to be able to hit their marks. It was put best by some of the drivers who I spoke with, where they expected it, especially with drivers like Trey Lapsovich, who noted the amount of good guys enter this race can exceed the amount of starters of the big show. It's going to be a crazy night for qualifying.
And it will be. Huffman's first lap clocks in at 21.510 for Landon Huffman. He sets the bar earlier. Next car scheduled to take time from Powhatan, Virginia in the 57, the Smithfield 101 CBD Sim Seats, number 57 of Garrett Maines, who goes right to the top of the board, 21.391. He goes to the top, followed quickly by Garrett Fox in the 85, and they are coming at us really quickly. So Garrett Fox, on timing and or on our sheet, he was listed as 58, on timing and scoring as the 85. He's from Mooresville, Indiana, the Gadget Solutions Seneca Performance entry. So, Sean, we're seeing just how quickly they're coming at us, and that's as rapid fire as it gets.
Absolutely. And if you guys were here for the Thanksgiving Classic qualifying, it took quite a bit of time to get all those done, so they kind of sped up the process a little bit. But expect these guys, practice times were in the about low 21 3s, 21 4s. So expect the fast guys like Caden Honeycutt is in here. Alex McCollum, our defending race winner from the Thanksgiving Classic, is in here in the 21-3 bracket. So expect the top guys to be at or around that mark. And who knows, we might even see some 21-2s as the track cools down even more.
And that's going to be, Justin, the key as this qualifying session evolves, that we do expect the track to cool down as it gets deeper into the session. So that's a big variable in all of this.
Yeah, and that's one of the main things, right, is you will lose any type of grip around the racetrack or have anything that overheats the track or even overcools down the track. It can have major variance. The wind can be variance, the temperatures. It's 79 degrees Fahrenheit, that track temp right now, so it's a bit more on the cooler side for Richmond. And keep in mind, with these super late models, you're carrying a lot more speed compared to some of the other tracks where you're going way deep on the brakes just to settle on the nose, then quickly back on the gas. It's not like any other type of car, so to speak, that runs here at Richmond, where you'll see a lot of brake usage and a lot of off throttle time. Here, you need to be quick, planted on the throttle, and back rolling through the corners.
Coming to the checkered flag to complete the qualifying run, the 018 from Manassas, Virginia, the SwagRapsOnline.com ComServe wireless machine of Tyler Payne. Tyler Payne going third quick at a 21.575. Next driver on the track to qualify from West Palm Beach, Florida, the Huntersville Diecast on Instagram. Meehan's family moving, number 25 of Nathan Soren. Nathan Soren in the 25, going to be our fifth car to take time. And I think what we've seen is Garrett Maines, Justin, I think, set the early mark. That 39 looks like a really solid lap.
It was a very solid lap indeed, where he had a lot of confidence, and the main thing, stuck to the yellow line, and that's what many of the drivers I spoke with keyed on. You have to stick towards that bottom line to be able to be as quick as possible. For Maines, he was one of the quickest drivers in combined when all the drivers were practicing earlier tonight, so it should be surprising to see him up front. 21.6 though for Nathan Soren.
Soren going to be fourth quick at a 21.675, 21.675 for the 25 of Nathan Soren. Next car on the racetrack to qualify from Hagerstown, Maryland, the Indy Racing Images Starcom Fiber, number 99, a driver who is familiar to some broadcasts over on Podium Esports that Justin, you and I have seen over the years, Michael Cozy Jr.
Yes, indeed, and he's someone that has attracted a lot of experience and attention from teams like Starcom Racing, hence the look-alike to one of the Starcom Racing cars. A big-time following on iRacing and in racing in general, and there's a reason that so many fans love to see him on the racetrack. He's very quick, too.
That he is. We'll wait to see how it clocks in. Second quick, 21.508, 21.508 for the 99 of Michael Cozy Jr. Goes second overall as we move down the line. That gives us 6 qualifiers. Qualifier number 7 from Columbus, Ohio, the butt kicker RB Custom Rigs number 114 of GT Hawkins.
You can just tell, just painting those lines as smooth as he can so far right now. And that's got to be the main key thing. And there's varying levels of experience here, from the top of the top in all the major short racing leagues, all the way to those looking to have fun. For him, pretty quick time too, one of the quickest.
That it is. It's going to be second quick at a 21.472, 21.472 for GT Hawkins. Moves to second behind Garrett Maines at Charlotte, North Carolina's Charlie Brown in the 46, the Thomas Super Wheel entry, going to be the next car, qualifier number 8, Sean, scheduled to take the racetrack.
Spotter extraordinaire Charlie Brown ran a 21.924 in practice just before qualifying started, so he's definitely going to look to see if he can improve on his time. A little bit higher than he might like. Turns 3 and 4 down the front stretch. We'll see where he's at across the line, and it's looking like it's going to be a 21.930. So not much off where he was in practice. That will put him overall in, it's looking like second to last right now on the grid so far.
That will be 7th of the 8 drivers who have taken time so far. As we move to qualifier number 9 from Lindenhurst, New York, the Simbox PC Short Track Racing Razzles, Michael Waltrip Brewing, Dapper Vapor, number 017, Tim Tripler in the 017, Sean.
Tim, let's see, he was around, did a decent qualifying time earlier today when they were practicing, didn't put up a time before the session started. So he comes out at a 21.949. So that will put him 8th out of the 9 qualifiers so far. So not where he wants to be either. So he'll have to improve on that later on as we get in towards the heat races.
I'm not going to ask for a guess of what's going to be good enough for the top 10 yet. I don't think we have enough of a sample size. What we do know is that we're getting to our 10th qualifier now from New Carlisle, Ohio, the Great Lakes Racing League 011. This is Christopher Heller. Christopher Heller in the 011. JP, where are we seeing the line so far? I mean, everybody's trying to wrap that bottom, but it doesn't look like it's always working out.
It's very difficult, and it's a fine line to try and stick it, mind you, because as we talked about, you have to be very confident on sending. If you over aggressively send it in, you're not touching that yellow line or getting close to it. You end up being too conservative, you're running 3/10 off the pole time. So it's finding that right balance. And for a lot of drivers, it was about finding the practice times. For some, they felt it was on the looser balance. For some, it felt like it was on the tighter balance, Jacob.
That it does. Next car to qualify from Ipswich, Massachusetts in car number 43. This is Craig Arbonites. Craig Arbonites in the 43. Next car on the racetrack. Adam Benefield was scheduled. Does not look like he'll make his spot in line, but Arbonites, Sean, now on the clock.
And it looks like he clocks in at a 21.785, just a little bit slower than where he was in practice. That'll put him in the 8th position overall so far out of 11 qualifiers. So a lot of guys losing a little bit of speed from practice. Not sure what the overall result of that is, but a lot of guys look to gain speed, of course, as hit into qualifying. And it looks like we have the number 5 of Jeffrey Glockner coming out of the racetrack.
That we do. Jeff Glockner, the iRacing World number 5 machine, going to be the next car to take time. Time to beat again. Garrett Maines, 21.391 seconds right now, top of the board.
Yeah, and we just seen a moments ago, that was Jeff Glockner, who just went off into the grass. So I believe that may mean no time for him, Jacob. A huge mistake to make for him in this type of event early on.
Indeed. We move to Jeff Erickson from Phoenix, Arizona, the LNS Framing Fastline Motorsports, Tucson Motorsports Incorporated, number 23, the 14th car in line, 13th to take time, as both Adam Benefield and, as we mentioned a moment ago, Jeff Glockner hitting the grass, so no time for Glockner, unfortunately, in this qualifying session.
A little bit higher than he wants to be coming out of turn number 4. It looks like it's a little bit loose, as Richmond is so notorious for getting loose on the exit of turn 4. That's going to be a 22.005 for Jeffrey Erickson, so 11th and 12th for him.
Not what Jeffrey Erickson was hoping for, I know, during that qualifying lap. Next car to take time in the Colin Keister Driving School, number 24, one of the drivers who certainly has made a name on the service over the years. This is Colin Bowden. Colin Bowden in the 24.
And Jacob, the interesting thing with this is he raced throughout the eNASCAR iRacing Pro Series with a broken finger and still has a broken finger, where he had a go-kart fall in it during Thanksgiving weekend and has a pin right now in place to hold that bone together. The thing is, he's been quick. He was the quickest driver in practice, and now he's to the top, nearly to the board.
How about second quick for Colin
Nice.
Bowden? 21.437, 1.437, just 4/100ths of a second off of the pole time right now, held by Garrett Maines, as we move to a driver who earned a top 5 finish in the real-life Snowball Derby just a few short weeks ago from Aledo, Texas, in the Friends of Jacqueline Foundation. Number 10, this is Caden Honeycutt. Caden Honeycutt in car number 10. Watched him at Pensacola in for Donnie Wilson Motorsports, put down a whale of a performance out there. And the young man, still a teenager, goes second quick right off Garrett Maines. 21.407 for the 10 of Caden Honeycutt. 21.407 for Caden Honeycutt. Second quick overall as we head into the qualifying effort from Washington, Michigan. The double nickel, the 55, Sean Butler, Mike Effner now on the clock.
Mike Effner looking around him down on the racetrack. I'm going to see a lot of guys going out here looking to improve on their practice times, guys. I'm seeing a lot of guys really just kind of being at or even below where they were in practice. So it looks like going across the line, we have the 236 going out on the racetrack now of Gilles Chatelain. So coming out of turn number 4, look to see where the Slim Jim machine, Menards, also Toyota Camry can end up on the results chart here.
So Chatelain kind of shuffling our order up a little bit. Mike Effner was scheduled, but again, this is the 236 from Lavoie, Switzerland of Gilles Chatelain. And Chatelain was one of the competitors who tried to qualify for the E-Thanksgiving Classic just a couple of weeks ago as well. I guess now about a month ago, the E-Thanksgiving Classic. Chatelain goes a 21.750, 21.750, good enough for 10th quick overall for the 236 Gilles Chatelain. Next driver on the racetrack, or scheduled on the racetrack to qualify, from Chandler, Arizona, the JDR Graphics 031, Justin Lisenby. Justin Lisenby in the 31.
Kind of jumble the order up on us a little bit here, guys. So Justin Lisenby is on the racetrack on the back straightaway. Very quick, early. We all know Justin Lisenby got very good at making setups, especially for the Dead Zone Total Advantage guys for the Pro Series. And off of turn number 4, 21.424, puts him P3 overall.
Impressive performance. Lisenby, as Sean, as you mentioned, definitely known for his setup knowledge, but put down a very, very fast lap just then as well to move in to the top 3. And again, we are seeing right now overall qualifying times. Once we get into the second half of qualifying, we will do our best to bring you those times as they relate. The overall top 10 between Group 1 and Group 2 will lock into the starting field for the Blu-Emu Short Track Showdown presented by SimSeats main event tomorrow afternoon. And looks like the next driver on the race, or next driver going to be out to take time from DeKalb, Illinois, the GTR Simulator number 59 of Jim Thorndike. So the order again shuffled up just a little bit, but Jim Thorndike in the 59. I believe the next car on the racetrack to take time.
It's looking like they jumbled it up again on us here. So we have the 027 of Curtis Critchley on the racetrack now, the Beeley Farm CGN Chassis Phantom Graphics machine off of turn number 4. And it looks like he's going to put a lap time of 21.616. So we're going to see him fall into, I believe that is the 9th position for Curtis.
That is P9 for Curtis Critchley, and thank you, Sean, for that catch. You're right, they have jumbled it up on us a little bit.
A few times.
Yeah, we're managing as best we can. Next driver scheduled behind Critchley from Stearns, Kentucky, the Digital Chumps Pit Row Review number 38, Benjamin Branscombe. And JP, I think we're seeing a lot of drivers fall in that 21.4, 21.5 bracket right now.
Yeah, and that's usual normal race pace, and tough thing for drivers like Branscombe is he missed the bottom line. He's someone, though, when you think about it, is someone who does have a big streamer presence, where he, when running with Right Around the Roadies this year, just a couple weeks ago, in fact, was streaming various races for the University of Kentucky for their Twitch channel. So various different drivers are increasing their platforms through various teams, as I believe Thorndike is now on the racetrack.
Thorndike now on the racetrack. We mentioned moments ago in that 59, so he will now look to become, I believe, the 19th driver to officially put up a lap. 2 drivers right now that have not taken time in Adam Benefiel, who was scheduled and we did not see, and Jeff Glockner, who clipped the grass rather, and did not get a time because of that. Looking to see where Thorndike slots in. It's a 21.865 to 1.865 outside the top 10 as it sits.
And guys, we're seeing some very quick lap times, of course, from some of the favorites and some of the short track veterans. The thing is, I'm curious to see some of the drivers who are looking to make a name for themselves. Several different groups are coming together to try and show what they can do. We've seen, for example, and talked a little bit about drivers like Critchley, who partnered together with several drivers, including Ray Pace, who hit the free agent market. There were several opportunities for drivers to really show what they can do on the big stage, and events such as this and qualifying up front is one of those ways to do it.
That it is. Now we're seeing the next car on the racetrack, the 222, the Triple Deuce of Andrew Navarro from Miami, Florida, the Seven Seas Events Phantom GFX entry, and a driver who has certainly been around the short track scene of late. Navarro going to see what he can do to break into what's currently the top 10 around that low 20 or high 21.5, low 21.6 range for Navarro, who goes 21.506. Good enough for sixth quick right now, Sean.
One of the few, I think the only Honda entries we have on this. I think he's in a Type R, so great run there for Andrew, the 222. And according to RJ Williams on race control, so we have the 37 machine out there of Elliot Henderson, currently in the 37 out there, looking like out of turn number 4 in that Beyond Energy Performance Toyota Camry down the front straightaway. Good looking car, by the way. Decent lap at 21.658, so we'll put Elliot P11 on the board.
Elliot, certainly very well renowned, Sean, I know, for his graphic design knowledge and what he's brought to the community over the years, both on iRacing and going all the way back to the old NR 2003 days. Absolutely.
Very well known in the community, does some great work. So look for him to be fast in this as well, as it looks like now we got the 30, Derek Lukacki on the racetrack now down the back straight, or Gluchacki. I'm going to mispronounce that all weekend. Sorry, Derek, but he works his way to turn number 3. Very solid Mose moving Toyota Supra. Off turn number 4, comes across the line, and we've got a 21.527 for Derek.
And that is going to be slide just inside the top 10, ninth quick for Derek Luchacki in that number 30 from Dartmouth, Massachusetts. And now the next driver on the racetrack to qualify, the 2019 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion, the Ascort Sunoco Racing Fuels Coca-Cola Energy Sim Seats JDR Graphics Richmond Raceway Esports, number 15, Zach Novak. Zach Novak in car number 15, and a driver, JP, that I think we all expect to be very close to the top of the board here.
Absolutely. He talked about earlier this week about how this is a fun track to the supers and loves the real life feel these events give. A P4 in qualifying, 21.435. He is expected to be very quick. He and the Lockdown Racing drivers and the Richmond Raceway Esports drivers, in that note, really big on short track racing.
That they are. So no surprise that Novak is quick here. As we move to the next driver to qualify, from High Point, North Carolina, the Parabellum Racing, HPM number 48. This is Brad Wright. Brad Wright in car 48.
Brad Wright ran a 21.501 in practice before the session starts. So as we've seen so far, that's pretty solid time, top 10 worthy. So as he comes across the line, he's at a 21.664. So we will go ahead and put Brad Wright just at about it's a 14th position. There we go. My results finally update. So P14 for Brad Wright.
Yep, 21.663, close to the top 10, not good enough as it sits. Top 10 right now held by Derek Luchacki at 21.527. That appears to be the mark to beat at this point. Next driver on the racetrack to qualify, going down the back straight away from from China Grove, North Carolina, the Simraps 028. This is Ron Shuddy. Ron Shuddy in the 028.
And not the best of times, guys. A 21.997 really slid around and just didn't seem to have any confidence into the brakes.
And that's something that's so tough here as we continue qualifying. You've got to be, this is a confidence track. I've heard a lot of drivers say that. The next driver, one of the hometown drivers in this field from Richmond, Virginia, in car number 27, this is Kyle Grzyk. Kyle Grzyk in the 27, and it's rare you get to see a driver be able to race virtually at their hometown racetrack. But Kyle, we were talking about this before the broadcast started, actually from Richmond, Virginia, so hoping to rep for the home team. Not the lap he was looking for, however. 21.834, 21.834 for Grzyk as the Roanoke, Virginia, number 40, the pay-to-win setups Oval Technologies machine of Tyler Severa now hitting the racetrack.
Into turn number 1, looking like he's one of the guys that are diamonding the corner here. 21.498 for Tyler in practice a little bit ago, so he's got the speed. So let's see if he can execute this one. Maybe a little higher, as Justin alluded to. Wanted to stay really close to that yellow line off the corner. Good exit of 21.472 for Tyler Severa, to put him P7 on the board here.
Very solid lap for Tyler Severa. So a good lap there as we move to another Tyler in car number 33, the Thunder Snow Marketing Solutions entry. This is Tyler Persley. Tyler Persley in the 33.
And for Persley, looking nice and consistent, hitting those marks well. It's just a matter of the speed once again. And for him in the Team Rentless Esports machine, just not a good turn 3 entry there. We'll have to see. Might be towards the 5s.
Coming around to take the checkered flag, and a 21.846. 21.846 for Persley. Definitely not what he was looking for.
Yeah,
definitely not.
So next driver on the racetrack to qualify in car number 28, scheduled Justin Brandon Leclerc. Brandon Leclerc in the 28.
And I'm curious what Brandon Leclerc can do here once again in the 28 machine to see how his speed is. Again, the 28 is currently on the track. Among the drivers who are around the mid-pack and some of the practices, he's also missing the bottom line at the moment. It's just not looking too great, and he's losing that right rear.
Across the line to finish the lap, and a 21.961 for Brandon Leclerc. 21.961, definitely not what he was looking for as the 32nd driver to qualify.
And this next driver here, guys, is one I think we're all keeping an eye on, Jacob. Ryan Matthews, dominant in the Cars Esport Tour this year, dominant on the short tracks, always a contender in all the big events. Going to be very quick, Ryan Matthews, tonight.
Absolutely. The 34th driver to take time in the BC Workshop Carbon Racing Solutions S&M Automotive Service. Number 511 of Ryan Matthews coming down to the line, and it's a 21.469. 21.469. Good enough for 6th quick in the 511 Ryan Matthews.
One of those guys we saw pick up just a little bit from his practice run, so it's been very inconsistent with these times here, guys. We see guys lose a bunch of time and pick up quite a bit of time, and Ryan Matthews with a great run there, gains, and he finds himself in the top 10 so far, sitting at P6.
Next driver to qualify for Redlands, California, the Track Time Entertainment 118 of Austin Edwards. Austin Edwards in the 118 now on the clock and able to wrap that bottom lane pretty well. We'll see if it reflects on the stopwatch. 21.426. 4th quick for the 118 of Austin Edwards. A very strong lap for that driver, as now we move to the driver from Durham, North Carolina, the Randy's Racing Paints, number 74, James Seagroves de Courcy.
That is a great paint scheme, isn't it? Look at that, all Christmased out with everything on it. Pretty decent run for James as he crosses the line to start. Didn't really put up a practice time, but he's looking to be just outside of the groove, as Justin mentioned earlier. Got to be around that yellow line, and got a lot of time to make up, it looks like, going into turn 3.
We'll see where it comes out on the stopwatch at the start-finish line. Survey says a 22.202. 22.202. Definitely not what Seagroves de Courcy was looking for as we move to the driver who has made a little waves here of late and picked up the win in the E-Thanksgiving Classic in a last lap, last corner tussle from Phillipsburg, New Jersey, the 09 Motorsports number 1, Alex McCollum.
And I was talking with Alex McCollum in preparation for this event where he felt like This year on the short tracks has been a fantastic year, winning almost all the big races, coming off 2 big victories in the past couple weeks in the Cup cars and the Legends cars.
Man.
Hope to get it done in Supers as he gets himself to the board, top of the board.
How about that? Quick time for Alex McCollum, 21.374, 21.374. Put Alex McCollum P1 over Garrett Maines for the moment, and that is going to bump Michael Coasty Jr. from the top 10 and put Andrew Navarro on the bubble as it sits.
You're amazed, but you're not surprised, right? Especially with Alex McCollum.
That is correct. That is correct.
Great time for him. Dylan Alto, another guy that we can pay attention to here in the low line racing entry here, a 21.414 for Dylan. So put Dylan in P number 4, and that'll bump, it looks like, Tyler Severa out of the top 10.
Indeed, a 4.14, so a very good lap for Dylan Alt, and it'll bump Severa out of the top 10 and put GT Hawkins now on the bubble of that top 10. As we move to the driver from Flint, Michigan, the Simbox Blue Line Deli race for Leon Rosner, G-Force Collisions, T1S Racing, number 86 of Matt Langley. Matt Langley in the 86.
Not the best of lines right now, guys, and so far we've already emphasized this. If you are running that bottom line at full pace and get to the wall on the corner exits, you're not getting there on the top of the board. In fact, that's nearly the slowest time yet, a 22.521. Just emphasizes the importance of, if you don't have confidence around these corners, if you haven't put in the practice times, it's going to hurt you for a format such as this where you need to be quick.
It will, and you've only got one lap to get it right. Any mistakes can be disastrous. And here's a driver who I think we have to look at as a favorite now rolling onto the racetrack in car number 51 from Marietta, Georgia, the JDR Graphics machine of Donovan Strauss, the young teenager who has been participating of late in the eNASCAR iRacing Pro Series, did not advance to the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, but Donnie, JP, we've watched him. We know he's better than what he was able to show in the Pro Series, and I think he wants a measure of redemption tonight.
I think so. When he mentioned on social media that his focus was towards 2021, I've seen him in various different types of cars. He can be quick. He just needs the full confidence to get himself in. And for him, how about that? A 21.377.
Second quick for Donovan Strauss. If that's not a comeback run, I don't know what is. The young driver out of Georgia getting the job done. Very impressive lap for Donovan Strauss to go second quick. Next driver on the racetrack to qualify, past competitor in the Bojangles Summer Shootout Series at Charlotte Motor Speedway in both Bandoleros and Legends cars. From Monroe, North Carolina, the Miracle Dental Center, number 32 of Zach Miracle. Zach Miracle in the 32.
Zach Miracle ran a 21.591 in practice, so that's going to need a little bit of a quicker time to see if he can get into that top 10. Off of turn number 4, it's a good-looking lap so far. It's a 21.536, so that'll net him just in the 17th position. So not the kind of lap he was looking for either, it looks like.
No, not at all. It's, as you mentioned, 17th for Zach Miracle, so a tough break there as now driver number 9 comes to the table to qualify from West Bend, Wisconsin, the Nexus Esports entry of Garrett Conrath.
For Garrett Conrath, he's one of Nexus Esports' quicker drivers, just outside the top 20 in points in Road to Pro this year, and someone who is really strong on the short tracks. He's been a contender in many different events, top 10 machine in these types of events.
Top 10 machine. We'll see if he can show that here in qualifying. It's a 21.452, 21.452, which I believe is 10th quick. It is. It puts him right on that lock-in bubble. So I was looking for him around the bubble, and it puts him 10th quick right on that bubble. Bumps Ryan Matthews from the top 10 as now the next driver on the racetrack to qualify in car number 34 from Darien, Illinois, Matt Busa. Matt Busa in the 34.
And for Matt Busa, I spoke with him in regards to this event. He talked about the first time he actually drove the super late models was for the virtual snowball derby. He loves these cars and how they drive. For him, it's about trying to set pace and gain confidence. 21.481.
It's 14th quick for Matt Busa, 21.481. So good, not good enough. He'll have to race in through one of the 3 heat races coming up later this evening. And the next driver on the racetrack scheduled to take time from Jersey City, New Jersey in car number, a similar lead number 34. This is Andrew Pietrnik. Andrew Pietrnik in the 34.
Where did that work out? We had the 034 of Matt Busso go out before, then we had the 34 of Andrew Pietrnik take a time. A great lap, though, for Andrew, a 395. So that'll put in P number 4 on the chart. So excellently done by Andrew.
Fourth quick at 21.395, as Sean Butler mentioned, for Andrew Pietrnik. Very, very strong lap from Fort River, New Jersey. So back-to-back New Jersey drivers. This driver in the 67 is Connor Horn taking to the track now.
And Connor Horn always very quick, especially when it comes to fixed setup racing. ERL champion as well with Anthony Alfredo's league. He's expected to be one of the drivers who will be good in these races. It's just about the qualified speed. He clipped the apron, though, in 3 and 4. I think that's 19th.
Not the lap he wanted, so very tough. A 21.513, 21.513 for the 67 of Connor Horn.
And you just can't afford to graze that apron whatsoever, because if you do that when you're trying to run against the yellow line, it just slides you up, loses you a tenth or two automatically.
That it does. From Gobles, Michigan, the butt kicker RV Custom race number 12, Kyle Knapp Sr. Kyle Knapp Sr. in the number 12 now on the racetrack to take time. Again, top 10 time right now at 21.438, held by Colin Bowden. And that lap for Knapp Sr. at 22.109, 22.109 is not going to be enough, not by a long shot.
No, not with this pace so far, but for Tyler Holden, curious of what the Dark Moon Motorsports machine can do here, Jacob. He's been pretty quick in some of the practices. It's just been about sticking this bottom line for him, and he's not sticking it well.
No, he's not. Very, very uneasy lap for the Dark Moon Motorsports Fantasy Decals HGC Motorsports number 41 of Holden, and we'll see what it is coming back to the line, but I don't anticipate this is going to reflect well on the stopwatch. It does not. 22, very, very tough lap there. 22.175, 22.175 for Tyler Holden is now the 7th. The Ward Performance entry of Grayson Ward comes to the track.
I think they're coming out faster than they were before, guys. So we got Grayson Ward on the track now, as Jacob mentioned. 21.488 in practice earlier. That is very solid time, especially top 10 worthy here. Our bubble guy right now is Colin Bowden, as Jacob mentioned. So Grayson in turn number 3, and Justin looks pretty good so far on the bottom, able to hook the yellow line, not too much, didn't get loose off of turn 4. And it's a 21.460 for Grayson Ward, so we'll put him P12 right now.
It's a good lap. It's not a great lap. It's not enough to get in the provisional top 10, 21.460, as mentioned for Grayson Ward. Moving now to the Derek Fulton machine from Stainer, Ontario, Canada. The Phantom GFX CGN chassis, OutlawEsports.com 007 for Derek Fulton.
And for Derek Fulton, to me, it's about confidence, right? Because when he's got confidence, he can put in a good performance, especially in these types of short tracks. It's his preference. But when he doesn't have it, he can struggle. For him, though, only 17th, Jacob, in qualifying at 21.492, and just shows the competitiveness you need to have. That is only about a tenth or so off the pole, but that's a difference of being up towards the top pylon of the top 10 to being the mid-pack.
That it is, and very unfortunate there for the Canadian driver in Derek Fulton. As we move now to from Hamilton, Ohio, in the Boost TV FXR Decal Works 100% OD grips IXCR number 61 of Lane Hosler. Lane Hosler in the 61.
Hosler off of turn 4 ran a 21.663 in practice, and he runs a 6.16, very similar time. And as you guys are mentioning, just a 10th off nets these guys middle of the pack. So we see just how close this field is. And Lane's going to have himself some work to do with a P25 run in his qualifying lap.
Indeed. Next driver to qualify in the 47, Paul Koshiba. Paul Koshiba in the 47, driver very familiar to the short track circles. Not one that I've seen Justin Prince on iRacing recently, but certainly a familiar name nevertheless.
Now, I haven't seen too much in these types of events, but that's one of the main things, right, is when you have an event such as this, it can attract rear-wheel drivers to see what they can do. And how about that at 21.416? He's in the top 10.
That he is. It's good enough for 7th quick for Paul Kashiba. Has not missed a beat. So 21.416, just a couple thousandths off of Dylan Alt's time for P6. Very, very strong lap late in this group for Kashiba.
Looks like that's going to bump Colin Bowden out of the top 10 now. So Zach Novak in the 15 is now our bubble driver. And looks like we got Robbie Keneally coming out on the track here, Jacob.
Yes, we do. Robbie Keneally from Oakley, California, the Wiley X Reaper Speed Lab Legacy Esports. Errol Abruzzi, butt kicker, number 11 of Robbie Keneally. So, again, the mark to beat right now held by Zach Novak, 21.435. That'll get you in the top 10 and provisionally lock in. The problem is we got about 60 more drivers to go after this.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure for these drivers to try and capitalize on the times they have right now. He's got just about everyone from his group cheering him on, but a rough one. He drifted his way around the track. 21.5, that is not going to get the job done, not even close.
21.510, going to be 22nd quick, right behind Landon Huffman. So not a bad driver to be behind as we close in on the end of qualifying. Driver number 56 in the order to take time, the EPYK Media Carolina SimWorks number 156, Super Spotter Brandon Wilkinson.
You'll hear Brandon on the radio for Casey Kerwin in the Coke Series, so he's just as good on the racetrack as well. Comes off of turn number 4, ran a 4.11 in practice. Can he improve on it? A 4.28 for B. Wilkes. That'll put him in the top 10.
It's 10th quick for Brandon Wilkinson. Bumps Zach Novak to the heat races. So Wilkinson puts himself on the bubble provisionally as Cody Harris comes to the racetrack from Zanesville, Ohio in the 95.
Yeah, and keep in mind, track temp is starting to get a little bit more cooler. It's down to 78 compared to the 79, so the grip levels are going up a little bit, but it's also going to really make the engines happy because it'll make it a little bit more quicker, and we're starting to see that now with some of these times for some of these drivers towards the bottom.
That we are. We'll see what Cody Harris can do, and doesn't look like it's going to be inside. 6:59,
it looks like.
Yeah, 6:59, so not even in the top 25. Reagan Parent in the 170. Now the next driver to take time in the Trent Goodrose design entry.
And he's not painting the line either at this point. If anything, he's really struggling with that right rear on the throttle. And I've noticed it now with a couple drivers. It's almost feeling like with the colder temperatures and it getting even more cooler, that some of these competitors are just struggling with even too much more speed here.
So Parent going to conclude the qualifying run. And
43 it looks like there for Parent.
Yeah, definitely not what Parent wanted. So a 21.982 the run as the 78 Frederick Cremens comes to the racetrack.
Cremens hit a 21.777 in his practice run, the Speed Vegas machine out of Las Vegas, Nevada. So very fitting sponsor in that Ford Mustang as he heads into quarter number 3. Has the right line. Let's see if he can keep all 4 tires under it. Pretty good exit there down across the line, a 7.13. for Frederick Cremens, P35 for the 78.
So that's going to do it for the first group of scheduled qualifiers. Sorry, we do have one more. Brian Narducci in the 001. Brian Narducci in the 001 going to tack on and just finish off our first group of qualifying here for Narducci, a driver who has spent time up on the bull rings in New England and a driver with a very unique story that we can tell you about a little bit later on as we get into heat races tonight. But Narducci flying the good wrench colors on the quarter panel. 21.522, not quite inside the top 20, going to be about 25th quick. Sorry, 21.521. It'll be 25th quick for Brian Narducci to conclude the first half of qualifying here at the virtual Richmond Raceway as we get ready to come back in the booth and finish things off here, finish off the first half of qualifying, get set for the second half. Justin Prince, what's your takeaway so far from the first half of qualifying here?
It's what we expected. The top drivers of all of the service were expected to be very quick, and it was going to be tough to be in the top 10. We're seeing that so far. We have drivers who've won championships in the past who are around the bubble and bumped out of the bubble spots already. it's only going to get more and more difficult as the night goes on with more and more drivers, because there are plenty more competitive drivers who have a chance to try and knock Alex McCallum off the pole. It all comes down to how much preparation they put in and how comfortable are they with the car around this racetrack if they want to get the job done.
All right, so with that, we're going to take a moment to regroup. We're going to step aside, take a break. We'll be back with more of pole qualifying for the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by SimSeats right after this here on Windshield Deep.
Hey, Hall of Fame driver Rusty Wallace here. When my body feels like it just got beat up for 500 laps, I turn to Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream to target my pain. With its patent-pending hands-free sponge applicator and non-greasy, deep-penetrating formula, Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream gets down deep for big-time pain relief. And more importantly, it doesn't leave me smelling like pit row. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna race to win, pain-free.
Blu-Emu, maximum pain relief, the official pain relief cream of NASCAR.
What a race we are seeing here tonight. Top of the Blu-Emu hot lap, because that lap was hot. We got Kyle Busch trying to go around Kevin Harvick. Not going to happen. The the doors closed again. Brought to you by Blu-Emu. If you're looking for some pain relief, look out! Because right now, Kevin Harvick is dishing out some pain to Kyle Busch. Here he comes on the inside. Gonna try the low line. Not gonna work. Door closed again. The Blu-Emu Hot Lap. Brought to you by our good friends at Blu-Emu. Look for it at a store near you.
Hall of Fame driver Rusty Wallace here. When my body feels like it just got beat up for 500 laps, I turn to Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream to target my pain. With its patent-pending hands-free sponge applicator and non-greasy, deep-penetrating formula, Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream gets down deep for big-time pain relief. And more importantly, it doesn't leave me smelling like pit row. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got a race to win, pain-free.
Blu-Emu, maximum pain relief, the official pain relief cream of NASCAR.
Welcome back to Dave's Truck Parts Pole Qualifying as part of the Blu-Emu Short Track Showdown presented by SimSeats, the virtual Richmond Raceway on Windshield Deep, as we get ready for the second half of qualifying here from the 3/4 mile bull ring. Jacob Seelman joined by Justin Prince and Sean Butler as we get set to continue on. And gentlemen, we've got, 53 drivers that have already put their times down and getting set for another close to 60. And Sean Butler, you remarked during the break we had a couple minutes ago while we were getting our notes and our thoughts together that this half of qualifying may be even closer and even more difficult as far as breaking into that top 10 lock-in as what we saw during the first half.
Absolutely. I mean, as we just saw, these times are so incredibly close. And I'm looking down, the drivers are on the track for practice right now for the second session. They might be even closer than the first session. So this is definitely going to be one of the toughest top 10s to get into as far as qualifying goes. And I'm just glad I don't have to drive it. I get to broadcast it and watch it. So I think it's going to be exciting for everybody watching as well.
I think it will be. Justin Prince, what's the key here at this point? Is it knowing what you have to hit and then hitting it? I mean, how difficult on these drivers, especially some of the talent that we're going to see, how difficult is this about to be?
It depends on driver to driver, right? Because when I spoke with some competitors like Blake Reynolds, he felt he wasn't going to be good in qualifying. His average starting position for comparison's sake in the Coke Series is around 20th. He was more excited about racing in the heats themselves. But for others, it's going to be where you're going to have a lot of pressure, in my opinion, because their goal was to hopefully, to plan to be, to try and be inside the top 10. And that's going to be the most difficult part. They have the positive, though, of having some tape and having the ability to watch what happened in the first group to try and mimic whatever lines drivers like McCollum and company did to be able to try and bump themselves up to a similar time. It's going to be key to try and mimic what he and several others did if you want to try and lock yourself in automatically to tomorrow.
So let's take a look at where we're at right now and give you the current top 10 as we get set for the second half of qualifying. Alex McCollum leading the way at 21.374. Donovan Strauss right now second quick at a 3.77. Third quick, Garrett Maines at a 21.391. Andrew Pietrnik fourth quick at a 21.395. Then it's Caden Honeycutt at a 21.407. Dylan Alt at a 21.414. Paul Kashiba seventh at a 21.416. Justin Lisenby eighth at a 21.424. Austin Edwards at a 21.426. And Brandon Wilkinson on the bubble right now at a 21.428. 53 drivers have a time. 54 attempted a lap. Jeff Glockner clipped the grass and did not have a time in round one as we get set for group number 2. Scheduled the first driver to come out going to be Ty Bass, but a few drivers that have already caught my eye early in the group, early in this second half rather, are from Rutland, Massachusetts, Ryan Borges, Sean Butler, and also Trayton Lapsovich, the Grimsby, Ontario, Canada young gun, who we know is very fast in these late models.
Absolutely. We saw him in the E-Thanksgiving Classic last month. So as you alluded to, knows his way around these short tracks in these late models, super late models, I should say, as well as a bunch of these other guys. I'm looking down the list also. We got Brian LaPrade, Colin Keister in here as well. Vicente Salas coming out of the Pro Series as well. And a bunch of real-life sim racers and sim racers in here. So this, as we were talking about, might be the most competitive qualifying we've seen so far tonight.
If you thought part 1 was wild, as they say, you ain't seen nothing yet. This is about to get very, very, very good. Justin Prince, who as if I can ask you to pick one name from this group, who catches your eye?
Well, Parker Retzlaff, I think, is the first one that definitely comes to mind for me, at least, in the number 79 car, because driver who raced in the ARCA Menard Series in the past couple of years, also competed in the eNASCAR Ignite Series, was nearly the champion at Martinsville a couple years back, and is also one of the top short track racers in all of iRacing. And I spoke with him where he mentioned to me he wanted to finally win in his car. He considers the super late model his prime car on the service, and really, when you think about it, he's come close several times, Jacob, for just about every single big race. He's won a couple of them too, but never really in the super. And at the same time, the luck hasn't gone towards his way. Think back to the virtual fixed derby, where it was Thomas Axon who won. Guess who came home in one of the top positions and was the favor for that? Parker Retzlaff. So it's a chance for redemption for him after what happened a few weeks ago, and a chance for him to try and break through in a big event such as this in this type of car.
That it is. We are moments away from the second half of pole qualifying for the Blu-Emu Short Track Showdown presented by SimSeats, and of course our broadcast tonight brought to you in part by Blu-Emu. It works fast and you won't stink. For more info or to order products now, visit blue-emu.com. And guys, I think to me it's been fun to see how much Blu-Emu has really wrapped their arms around sim racing, and we can talk more about that as we get a chance to. But right now, the first driver on the track to qualify from Pikeville, North Carolina, the Splash and Go Graphics, number 00, Ty Bass. Ty Bass in the 00.
You can see him just trying to use a bit of that wall, and that's what something you'll see from some competitors. Just try and ramp it off the banking, try and launch it off into turn one. It can cost you a little bit of tire wear, but the main thing is just momentum with this type of car, and he's drifting.
He is down the back straightaway. That's not what you want to see out of that 00. He'll try and make up for it in 3 and 4, but once you make one mistake on these qualifying laps, it tends to hurt you for the entire lap. His lap of record, 21.673, 21.673 for Ty Bass. That's only going to be good enough for 34th quick.
Yeah, looking like he had that little bit of a slide, as Justin alluded to. So very good to get the run off the corner coming to the green, but it can heat those tires up. And if you're very familiar with iRace, we know just how big a factor tire heat can play in these races. So not quite the time Ty's going to look for, but we're going to see drivers aim for that high 3, low 4 second brackets in that 21-second interval, as we right now looking to have Justin T. Johnson coming onto the racetrack.
Driver and a competitor in the Solid Rock Carrier Cars Tour from Roxborough, North Carolina, has driven both late model stock cars and super late models. The Per Your Tank Line's GXS Graphics, number 44, Justin Johnson. Justin Johnson in the 44, scheduled to be the next driver to take time, and we'll roll onto the racetrack now.
There he goes.
So took a second little nudge for race control there to get Justin Johnson going. Actually, got a chance to see him down in Pensacola, Florida a couple weeks ago as well. Justin was down there as one of the competitors who attempted to qualify for the Snowball Derby. I was joking with him because he had made his home in the Cars Tour late model stocks all year that, what are you doing down here? This isn't your scene, but had a good time and definitely seemed to enjoy being down there. We'll see if he can't capture some speed from real life competition here in this super late model as he works down the back straightaway, Justin.
Yeah, looking pretty solid so far. It's just going to be about how much speed he's been able to carry as he smacks the wall.
He does, and I believe that's going to be a no time there for the wall contact. So Justin Johnson, no lap turned, and that is, he had a good lap going until right the exit of turn 4.
Looks like he just got so loose. We've been talking about it pretty much all night. Tire heat's just so important in these cars, and we see he might have just gotten on the throttle a little too hard. Line looked good, but just kind of slid right up into the wall there, and that's going to invalidate his lap time. So we're having a few more guys trying to get lined up here as Dylan Wilson and Race Control is letting these guys know where to go. So we're seeing the 102 machine of Jason Maines is supposed to be next up, but I'm still not quite seeing anyone on the track right now.
So what I've got for next in line, we were scheduled for Christopher Wood, and it appears he's missed his spot. So next driver on the racetrack to qualify from Rutland, Massachusetts, the RPM Motorsports number 024, Ryan Borges. Ryan Borges in the 024, actually sitting down at the end of pit road. I think he was not expecting to go now. Christopher Wood from Las Vegas, Nevada, the 91, was scheduled to be the next car to take time, and now Borges is to roll onto the racetrack. So the young Massachusetts young gun Borges has spent plenty of time in the flat carts over the last couple of years and won a couple of track championships up there in his neck of the woods. So we'll see what he can do. He's been a long-time iRacer as well. I'm really intrigued, Justin, as he comes to take the grid to see what he can do here. Yes, indeed. 22 career feature wins and counting for him, in fact, in real life. And also, don't forget, a couple of years ago, he competed in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, it's now called for NX Racing. So he does have experience at the pro level in iRacing, and a former Fall Brawl winner back from 2015, a long time ago, but not a great time at 21.6. 21.6. 2-0, 31st quick for Ryan Borges. Not what he wanted here. Yeah, just not a lot of momentum around the racetrack, it just looked like, for him right there. So for him, it's going to be tough sledding for when we get on later on tonight to see where he lines up. But I'm curious about this next driver, Blake Neer, one of iRacing's short track veterans. He is from Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Neer drives the B&M T. Weber Paving number 21 machine, and he'll be on his timed lap here. So for Blake Neer, again, the time to beat to get in the top 10 is much better than what we've seen so far, up in the low 21.4s. We'll see what Blake Neer can do as he crosses the line. Not quite enough. It was right on the edge. How about a 21.434, 11th quick, guys? So he misses it by 6 1/1000ths of a second to Brandon Wilkinson. And that's going to be very tight for him. I think it's going to be good for the heat positioning potentially, but for him, it's going to be about confidence to show what he can do, and that, I think, sets the pace for some of these drivers later on as this grid goes through, because plenty of his teammates are expected to be also very quick, and for several of our big short track racers and eNASCAR drivers, I'm curious how this now plays out with some of the next drivers up. I am too. Next driver scheduled is Jason Maines from Powhatan, Virginia, the Elliott Sadler Esports 101 CBD Lennox number 102, of course. And as I know, some people will go, wait a minute. Yes, this is Garrett Maines' father, who I think, Justin, we have to blame Garrett for getting his dad sucked into the iRacing platform the way he has. But those two, father and son, are extremely competitive. Garrett's got the number on the real life thing, but on the sim, both of them are very, very, very quick. Yeah, I've seen Jason D. Maines be very quick and be very confident when it comes to running on the racetrack. It's just been the matter of being able to compete at the highest of the highest levels. It's not as quick, in my opinion, compared to his son, but he is still someone that can put in some quick times. I think he might be able to qualify pretty well. It's going to be important, though, once he gets on the racetrack for him to qualify very strongly, to say the very least, if he wants to try and be up there with the son. And Jason Maines now rolling to the end of pit road, so he will in fact be the next driver to take time here in just a couple of moments. And just working through a couple snags, I think that was between race control and the drivers to make sure they can hear and get the proper communications between Landon Huffman, Dylan Wilson in race control, and make sure everybody's able to line up in the proper order. So just getting a couple of those little bugs worked out as we continue through group number 2, and definitely up to now it's been definitely a well-oiled machine, but I'll take a moment to catch my breath too, because you talk about rapid fire. It doesn't get much quicker than this as far as keeping them coming at you. And now the 102 of Jason Maines will hit the racetrack. The Elliott Sadler Esports 101 CBD Lennox number 102. So we'll see the time to beat to get into the top 10 lock in 21.428, currently held by Brandon Wilkinson. We'll see if Maines can get that done here on this lap.
I was about to say, you might not have that long of a rest here after you just mentioned that. So Could get a little bit of a break in, especially after the first qualifying session, but named off the corner. As Justin kept alluding to it, it's so important. Got to keep the car from sliding as well as keep it right on the yellow line. As got a little loose off of turn 4, does Jason. A little bit better off of 4, I should say 2, I should say, as he comes across the line at 21.708. So again, not the time that Jason was looking for in the slightest.
No, it's not. That is 38th quick for Jason Maines right now at 21.708. So very tough sledding, and that's where I'm sure Garrett will come in a few minutes and go, come on, Dad, I did better than that. He's actually a whole 3/10 better than his dad, up still sitting in 3rd quick as we move to Monroe, North Carolina's Jesse Bunnell in the Cody Jinks number 96 machine.
And to look back real quickly to tie a bow on Jason, he was joking around with one of the competitors who was practicing, saying, usually I'm quick. What's with all the quick times? Jason's Maines is like, we are quick. They're just quicker. And that just shows the difficulty of this type of field for tonight that drivers like Jesse as well is going to have to face.
Indeed. Again, we mentioned 21.428 is the time to beat. 21.3 is the pole time right now. Jesse Bunnell comes across the line. 21.643. 21.643 for Jesse Bunnell. Going to be 33rd quick and 3rd in this group.
Gained a little bit of time from practice, ran a 21.688 did Jesse. So mentioned in the first session, a lot of guys are going to be gaining time. A lot of guys are going to be losing some, just depending on how the track is. And Jesse, one of the ones that gains a little bit, but that's not going to be enough to get him in the top 10, as we saw just how competitive both of these qualifying fields are.
Next driver to take time from Concord, North Carolina, the Castile Automatic Fire Protection Ramp Headers number 82, former competitor at the Bojangles Summer Shootout and in an outlaw kart at Millbridge Speedway, Landon Rapp.
And I'm curious how Landon Rapp among our competitors are going to do here, especially with how we've seen the racing go on tonight and how these drivers have rolled their way around the racetrack. It's going to be where I think now that for one thing to think about as well is it's going to be a little bit more hotter for the track temp. It just went down, in fact, right now to 78. There's a chance it gets cooler here, Jacob, which could be a big game changer for these competitors. I believe, though, our next car may not make it to the racetrack.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Yeah,
Landon
Rapp has missed his spot in line, so we will move to the driver from North Tazewell, Virginia, the Sim Racing Merc Sim Speed Shop, JZI Racing Photos, Rut Nut Design number 49, J.R. Hager. J.R. Hager in the 49.
Solid lap time for him in practice, ran a 5.64, but as we mentioned, a 21.428 will get it done to get you into the top 10 as he looks into corner number 1. Does JR very good on the bottom, looking down the back straightaway. We'll see if he can carry that speed into 3.
We'll see what he can do here. And again, these straightaways are so critical when you consider qualifying time. You've got to have the corner exit right. You've got to wrap that bottom seam as much as you can. J.R. Hager comes to the line, and it will be a 21.524. 21.524. Going to put J.R. Hager 27th quick right now. 27th.
It's little time, gets him some decent track position, but I believe things are continuing to roll fairly quickly as expected. And this is one of the drivers I was thinking about here and keeping an eye on tonight, Jacob. Trayden Lapcevich. It's been a stellar 2020 from a real-world NASCAR Pinty Series start to the virtual world being competitive to championships. It's been a stellar 2020 for him.
It has been. The young gun out of Grimsby, Ontario, Canada, the Reaper Speed Lab 032 of Trayden Lapcevich. The young gun just 16 years old, and as you mentioned, he's made a couple Pinty Series starts, impressed in his Pinty Series debut earlier this summer. Gets loose, has to save it. That is going to hurt on the stopwatch. It's a 21.647, 21.647, and Trayden Lapcevich immediately jumps out. He, I imagine if we get a chance to hear from him later, is going to be furious with that lap.
Absolutely didn't like that lap at all. Had a great lap going, was in the 4s, but then he just lost all of his time coming up at turn 4. So tough break for Trayden as we have Brett Pancari jumping onto the racetrack.
That we do. Next driver to qualify, as mentioned, from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada, the 35, Brett Pancari. Brett Pancari in car 35. really nice paint scheme on this entry for Pancari, as he'll become now the 10th driver to take a lap in this group. We'll see what he can do as he comes to the line. Survey says 21.666, 21.666 for Brett Pancari is going to be 39th quick.
Okay-ish time for the former provincial curler, that being in the OCAA, but not the best of times. But one of the drivers I think that has been frequent from everyone here has been this man, Briar LaPrade, who's also had a stellar 2020, guys.
That he has, was very strong in the road to pro. We can talk more about that in a second. LaPrade from Manchester, Tennessee, the Ledford Billiard Supply, JDR Graphics number 19. And Briar, I had to chuckle of all the things that I didn't realize until recently. All of his schemes, and we talk about Ledford Billiard Supply being the longtime backer. I didn't realize until he pointed it out to me just a couple weeks ago that the schemes are designed actually as a pool table. LaPrade to the top in this group, to the top 5 overall, 21.379, third quick for Briar LaPrade.
Excellent lap for Briar. We talked about just how good he is, and you notice the paint scheme does really fit. You see the ornaments on that machine are in the shape of a billiard ball, so that is very cool to see. And Briar puts that paint scheme right at the front here. So next guy we got up looks like Colin Keister in the 17.
From Frostburg, Maryland, the Colin Keister Driving School number 17 of the aforementioned Colin Keister, former competitor in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, former winner in that series, Justin Prince. And unfortunately, the Pro Series was not kind to Colin in the slightest.
Yeah, not the best of speed in some races, not the best luck in most of the races. Got in some trouble and some damage in some of those and just didn't work out. But what are the bread and butter? Short tracks, you see why. Look at that time.
How about a 21.411 for Colin Keister? That is 7th overall. It bumps Austin Edwards from the top 10, puts Justin Lisenby on the bubble. LaPrade's lap bumped Brandon Wilkinson a couple of moments ago. Keister 7th overall, second in this group.
Absolutely stellar.
So we move from Colin Keister now to the driver out of Windsor, Connecticut, the JDR Graphics Sunoco Race Fuels number 14, Michael Fenlison.
Yeah, and he's really slipping around too. Everyone's really slipping around at this point, it seems, outside of a couple cars. But keep in mind, he's always known for being fairly consistent, especially on tracks such as Richmond in his career.
Coming to checkered now for Fenlison. It's fourth quick for Michael Fenlison, 21.517. That's fourth quick in this group, rather. Overall, it is 28th quick at 21.517 as Tim Knight now hits the racetrack.
Familiar face for those of you that watch the Windshield Deep Racing League. Usually in the 555, but I guess he has to settle for the 777 here tonight for Tim Knight. So he brings that machine off of turn number 4, ran a 21.650 in practice. Going to have to improve on that just a little bit if he wants to make his way into the top 10.
Knight from Hickory, North Carolina, Fairway Motors, a sponsor on that machine. And maybe the 777, Sean will bring him a little bit of luck here as he works to turn 3.
Hopefully. So as Justin's been alluding to, got to keep it right on the bottom there. And unfortunately, Tim does the exact opposite of that in both corners. Not a very good exit off of turn 4, a 22.062. Don't really want to be in the 22-second bracket.
Not at all.
Here tonight.
That is 59th quick at 22.062 for Tim Knight. So a tough break there. Next driver scheduled to take time, next driver to roll from Temecula, California, BHRJH Graphic Designs, number 54. This is Vicente Salas from Elliott Sadler Esports.
And what a 2020 for him on the sim, because he had always been known for being very consistent and a strong driver, paired up especially with Garrett Maines and Elliott Sadler Esports. But this year he took the next step, made it to the World Championship for Rallycross, made it to the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series to make it 3 drivers from Elliott Sadler Esports on that side of the service in that series for Technical Alliances. It's been a big 2020 for Vicente Salas, and on top of it, looking to cap it off with some good speed, a 21.426.
When we started this session, that would have been enough to get inside the top 10. It is now not. It is 12th quick for Vicente Salas at 21.426. Next driver now to take a qualifying lap in the 107 from Elko, Minnesota, the hashtag Pay the Bills machine of Jackson Lewis.
Jackson Lewis, also one of the guys that participated in the E-Thanksgiving Classic last month. Had a pretty decent run, got involved in a couple of incidents, so he's looking to make up for that run in this race this weekend. Had a pretty solid practice time of 21.474, but as we've seen, that bump time just gets lower and lower. So he's going to have to be one of the guys that gains on his time if he wants to make it in the top 10 to lock himself in.
That he will, and we'll see if he can gain on his time here. And the track's got plenty in it as we see Lewis now on the clock and down the back straightaway. Justin, do you see anything you like here?
I'm liking some of the consistency once again and being able to stick the line. It's just how much time is he losing on some of the off throttle to try and stick to the O line is the big key. 21.456, good time, yes, but he needed once again to pick up that extra half a tenth, and that's where some of the drivers are getting a little bit quicker on the gas and being able to feed the throttle to stick it to the line.
That is 18th quick for the 107 of Jackson Lewis. Now, Garrett Zacharias in car 71 coming to the racetrack. The Mid-State Basement Authorities Jastrzemski Transport Velocity Race Suits entry. That is a mouthful, and if you could see the spreadsheet that I'm looking at, your eyes would have done about what mine did just a minute ago. But Garrett Zacharias now on the clock in the 71.
Definitely is, but a solid time from him in practice. He's definitely going to have to improve on it if he wants to make it into the top 10. Through turns 3 and 4, just a little bit too high, I think, as we've been talking about for the duration of qualifying. And off the corner doesn't improve on his time. A 21.759 for Garrett.
51st quick for Garrett Zacharias in the 71 at 21.759.
Decent little time, but it's going to make it more difficult. Keep in mind that the drivers below the top 70, it's going to get even harder to try and advance through, right? Because you have the C-mains as well as the potential of the LCQs, and that puts even more pressure for some of the competitors. Keep in mind, was talking with a couple drivers, if they don't make that top grouping, it could be difficult for personal commitments. Their goal is simple, top 70 or bust.
Exactly right, and Justin, I'll let you kind of fill in on that a little bit more here in a moment. Next driver out on the racetrack to qualify now from Rockford, Illinois, the Rocket Racing setup, Sim Speed Shop, Lamp Performance, left-hander chassis, number 18, Derek Nickel. Derek Nickel coming to the line to finish the run, 21.689. 21.689 for Derek Nickel is only going to be good enough for 47th overall.
Yeah, not the greatest of times for him either, but the point was trying to make, we've seen before Tyler Tabero, the son of the former now Cars Tour crew chief of the year from the early 2000s. Just for him, he mentioned if he couldn't make the top 70, he might not be able to make his respective C-main. It's going to be important for drivers to make the heat races for confidence as well, to try and show what they can do for their sponsors, for their teams, and for, if they have any needs, show what they can do overall.
That is correct. Next driver on the racetrack now in the Pembleton Forest Products GXS Wraps 0. This is Landon Pembleton. Landon Pembleton goes 21.732. 21.732 for Pembleton. That is going to be 51st quick.
Yeah, it's surprising for him. He had some success in real life too, Jacob, to get to top 70 or so in the weekly series for NASCAR this year.
Next driver on the racetrack to qualify from Pensacola, Florida, the Cooled by Boyd, number 70. This is Rocky Boyd III. Rocky Boyd III now on the racetrack.
Rocky going to be another one of those guys that has to gain on his practice time to make it into the top 10. That's 21.607 for Rocky. So 0.2 of a second might be a little bit too tall of a task for some of these drivers to overcome. But we've seen crazier things in these super late model windshield deep events as Rocky takes the green flag into one.
See what Rocky Boyd III can do down the back straightaway, and he'll have to try and wrap that seam in 3 and 4 in order to make something happen here Oh, big wiggle off 4 coming to the line, and that's going to hurt on the stopwatch. 21.669, 21.669 for Rocky Boyd. The third is going to put him 45th.
Not the greatest of times once more for one of the short track veterans for these types of events in the Chris Trickle memorial card there tonight. But here's the driver I was referring to before who didn't feel quite confident in the qualifying speed, but the heat speed, Blake Reynolds. Did I mention he thought he was in the 30s for average starting position in the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series? That's how unconfident he was in qualifying for his career on that side.
I'll give him that, and it surprises me too. Blake from Houston, Texas, in the windshield deep, number 66, as mentioned, a competitor in the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. He'll come off turn 4 and back to the line, and the stopwatch is going to show. How about second quick in this group at 21.382, 21.382. That is 4th quick overall for Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, what were you saying about his average qualifying, Justin? So he's definitely one of those guys. Blake is a very humble guy, so he really likes to kind of put himself in level playing field with everybody. Doesn't like to acknowledge just how good he is, but honestly, one of the best drivers on the service is Blake Reynolds, especially in the fixed setup series. Another guy we can pay attention to, Justin Knobloch, that number 94, Dead Zone Racing Splash and Go graphics entry in here. Heads into corner number 1, ran a 21.479, so Jacob, he might be one to watch in qualifying.
Have we mentioned Dead Zone's had speed on the service lately? If we haven't, I feel like we really ought to. Justin Knobloch now working through turns 3 and 4, another of the Splash and Go graphics entries down to the line to complete the run. How about 21.403, 21.403, 7th quick overall for Justin Knobloch. That bumps Paul Kushiba out of the top 10.
And if you notice a little bit down the front stretch, he was almost doing a little 2 to 3% tire slide with the back tires. I think that might have been what cost him those extra couple 100s to be at the top of the group. He doesn't have that little tiny slide. We might be talking about him in the 37, in the 21.37s rather.
Next driver on the racetrack to qualify in the TP3D, number 175, the runner-up from the E-Thanksgiving Classic a month ago. This is the driver who sat on the pole for that event, Cody Kelly. Cody Kelly in the 175. Sean Butler, can he do it again? That's the question everybody wants to know.
We'll find out. A 370 in practice. Can he improve on it? A 395. So not going to be the pole for Cody Kelly, but still a very solid qualifying run. Not a sleeper very much anymore. I mentioned he was a sleeper for the Thanksgiving Classic qualifying, so everyone knows him now, but a great qualifying run nonetheless for Cody.
It is 7th quick overall for Cody Kelly. That is good. Will it be enough to lock in? That's what we're going to have to keep our eyes on. Next driver on the racetrack from Mooresville, Indiana, the Napa Auto Parts, number 58, James Fox II.
Two different members of this family taking part in this event this week. We'll have to see how this Napa machine drives, because both of them showed a little bit of confidence, but just doesn't seem to have quite the apex speed nor that line we were talking about. Not even getting up to the outside line down the straightaways. That's how little speed he's currently carrying, only 100 miles an hour on the apex.
Coming to the checkered flag here for James Fox II. The lap speed is going to be a 21.785. 21.785. That is 59th quick for James Fox II.
Yeah, as Justin alluded to, not the lap he was looking for at all on that. It improved on his practice time of an 8:03, but he's got a lot of work to do heading into one of the heat races, as we got Matt McGrath heading up to the racetrack now.
The driver out of Levittown, New York, the Simbox Blue Line Deli, IRAP's Michael Waltrip Brewing Savvy Scorpio entry for Matt McGrath, who will officially put us beyond now. He'll be the 24th driver in this group to, 25th driver to officially take a time.
And looking once again similar to some of the fellow drivers with those logos on the car tonight. Fairly consistent, fairly quick. But as we see, though, a 21.8, just not good overall. If anything, is faster on the cool down lap on the entries.
Yeah, no kidding. That is 62nd quick at 21.846 for Matt McGrath.
Could have been much more better overall. I think really if there was a second lap, might be much more better. But of course, we talked about it. It's important to get it done one shot qualifying. It's essentially you have to get it done in one lap, and the best can do it. And right now we're seeing some who have currently had the ups and downs of that so far throughout this session.
That we have. Next driver to roll onto the racetrack for qualifying in the 510, the Walker Napa Auto Parts Automotive Collision Specialties entry, Ethan Johnson. Ethan Johnson in the 510.
Ethan, another one of those guys that has to improve on his practice time coming out here. Ran a 21.543 in practice. So as we alluded to, this field is only going to get closer and closer. The times are going to get smaller and smaller in that top 10. So Ethan's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to find himself locked in.
He does. He is going to be the 79th driver to attempt a qualifying lap here. So, go ahead, Justin.
Me there, I was about to say, he has a lot of real-world experience, especially in the limited late model, where he's a Rookie of the Year there, won pole awards, as well as 3-time Bandolero track champion, 20 career Bandolero victories, and a state championship in North Carolina. So, a lot of real-world experience, but the question is, will it translate to qualifying speed?
He's a driver I've been very familiar with over the years of the Bojangles Summer Shootout is Ethan Johnson, and survey says it's a good lap. It's not top 10 worthy, but it'll put him towards the front of a heat race. 21.482, 21.482. That is 27th quick overall for Ethan Johnson.
I think a guy everyone should be pretty familiar with on the service now coming up, Brian Blackford in the virtual racing school machine coming into turn number 3. I'm not really seeing a time for Brian there. It is a 5:44, surprisingly kind of slower for Brian. So we're going to see if he can improve on his lap time, but look for him to be one of the fast guys as he makes his qualifying lap start now.
Blackford out of Seminole, Florida, the virtual racing school 33 or 033 on our scoring for Brian Blackford. So we'll see what he can do on his qualifying lap. As Blackford works against that seam, it may be a good lap. We'll see if it's good enough as Blackford comes to the line. How about 21.504 for Brian Blackford? 21.504 is 29th quick.
Basically mid-pack once again, and we've seen a lot of quick drivers actually do that tonight, where we've seen them quick in various different types of cars, but for this type of track, it's just so difficult to reach the peak of the peak, and that's why drivers such as this one is always a favorite to watch because of his speed to hit the best time.
Oh yes, from Rhinelander, Wisconsin, the Ponce Eco Tracks, Iron Horse Loggers, Log a Load for Kids number 79. This is Parker Retzlaff. Parker Retzlaff in the 79, part-time and soon to be full-time competitor in the ARCA Menard Series East next year is Parker Retzlaff. We'll see what he can do. Wow. He goes to the top of the board in this group, 21.371, and that is quick time overall for Parker Retzlaff. He goes all the way to the pole.
Are you surprised, or is anyone really surprised on that? I really don't think so. So Parker, one of the guys we've expected maybe to win the whole thing coming up tomorrow or during the weekend. So heck of a lap for Parker. That one's definitely going to be one of the tougher ones to beat.
So Parker Retzlaff, P1, bumps Alex McCollum down a spot and puts Caden Honeycutt on the bubble in 10th. And they're separated by 36/100ths of a second as we move to our next qualifier now. From Phoenix, Arizona, the LNS Framing, Fastline Motorsports, Tucson Motorsports Incorporated, number 22, Bradley Erickson. Bradley Erickson in the 22 goes 21.449. 21.449 for Erickson is 21st quick.
Yeah, decent time once again, but now we start to see some of the teammates come to play where we've seen multiple different drivers in the first group have their teammate take notes, see what was going on, see what they can do differently. This is one of those groups we talked about, the Dark Moon Motorsports cars in the first group. Here's some of them now for the second group.
Indeed, the first of those from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, in the Dark Moon Motorsports, Meehan's Family Moving, number 88, Caden Tufts. Caden Tufts in the 88, down the back straightaway and into turn number 3 for his qualifying lap. We'll see what Caden can do as it works off the exit of the corner, comes down to the line. Survey says It is a 21.633 to 1.633 for Caden Tufts, and that is not what he was hoping for. 6.33 going to put him 46th quick.
Still gained a 10th, though, off of his practice time, but you think a lot of guys would be happy with gaining a 10th over their practice time. But as we see in this field, it's just so difficult to get that starting position, and gaining a 10th is usually a good thing, but Caden's going to be a little bit mired deep into the field. As another familiar face to these broadcasts, Ryan Doucette makes his way onto the racetrack.
Very familiar face, and a driver who just worked his way into the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series for 2021. Justin Prince, the Viper Graphics 77 for Ryan Doucette. Definitely one to watch.
And he's one of Nexus Esports' top drivers, in my opinion, especially when it comes to tracks like Bristol, like Richmond. He usually comes out to play in a 21.475. Shows he's coming with lots of business, but the problem is, as we've seen, that's mid-pack for this qualifying.
It is 28th quick at a 21.475, and that's a 10th off the pole.
Wow.
Remarkable. It's remarkable.
Tough sledding.
That it is. So Doucette finishes, and the next driver scheduled to take time from Lexington, North Carolina, in the Stick Shifter Sim Racing Top Hat Comics number 06, Chase Pierce. Chase Pierce in the 06.
Chase runs a 6 even, a 21.6 even in practice. So another one of those guys that has to gain 2/10 is a lot to ask for some of these guys, including myself if I was out here. But off the corner, Chase looking solid off of turn 4, comes across the line of 7:49 for Chase Pierce. So loses a little bit of time from practice, and that's going to mire him a little bit deeper into the field.
So Pierce 21.749 for the driver who is on our scoring as 06 on track, that schema 17. But a 7:49 going to put him very deep, 62nd quick.
Indeed, and we talked about this a little bit earlier tonight, Jacob, where Larry Pace was one of the free agents on the market for Road to Pro. He's been a longtime crew chief, driving with several drivers, or working with several drivers like Steve Sheehan. He now wants to try and show what he can do in the race car, and I'm curious how this run goes.
I think we all are. Larry Pace, we'll see what he can do on the driver's side, as now what will be the 86th driver to turn a lap, and see what Pace can do as he works off turn 4 and down to the line. It's a 21.439. That's not enough to get in the top 10. Caden Honeycutt can take another breath. It's a good lap, though, 21st quick.
I wouldn't breathe too easy if I were Caden, though. Still a lot of heavy hitters, including the next guy coming out. We got Jimmy Mullis coming out, Josh Parker also scheduled to come out, and a little bit later on, we got some guy named Ray Alfala scheduled to come out here. So Caden's got a long night to go to make sure that 10th spot is secure, but this next guy, as I mentioned, could very well take it.
Alfala who? Just
Who's
kidding.
that?
We know Ray. From Midland, North Carolina, the Sim Seats, JDR Graphics, Richmond Raceway, Esports, Sunoco Racing, Coca-Cola Energy, number 40, Jimmy Mullis. Jimmy Mullis in car number 40 on the clock now for his lap, and very curious to see what Jimmy can do. A 4.0 right now is the top 10. 4.07, as a matter of fact, if you're Jimmy Mullis. We'll see. That would be 6th quick in this group if he can get the job done. He crosses the line and does it. It's a 4.02. That is 9th quick for Jimmy Mullis, 21.402. He bumps Caden Honeycutt to the heat races.
And I talked with him earlier yesterday, in fact, Jacob, and he mentioned he liked the car and felt confident about qualifying and felt it was very comfortable. We've seen that comfortability, and guess what? It's worked out on the stopwatch. Now it's the matter of, will the time continue to hold up, especially with many more drivers such as this one up?
Yeah, this is a driver out of East Greenwich, Rhode Island. The Interstate Batteries, number 81. A very, very long-time competitor in sim racing, both back to NR 2003 and on iRacing, Josh Parker.
Parker ran a 4.84 as his practice time, so that's not going to get it done. As we see, a 4.07 is the time to beat to get into the top 10. Looks very good throughout this lap. We're going to see if it translates across the line. A 4.92, so not quite what Josh was looking for either.
4.92 for Josh Parker is going to put him 34th quick. I didn't think I'd say that tonight.
Definitely not. So we were talking about the mid pack earlier, guys. There is a lot of guys in the mid pack that's very competitive. We saw Josh is finding himself there. Brian Blackford is there as well. So a lot of guys needing to make up some time in these heat races to get in the good starting spots for the main.
Next driver to roll from Longs, South Carolina, the Berniers Liquors, number 13, Thomas Axum. Thomas Axum in car 13 on the clock.
And we've mentioned the virtual snowball derby. How about this strategy for the Raccoon Motorsports machine? Got him up to the front, and he was able to defend park arrest lap for the final 30-plus laps of that side of the service in that event to come away with his biggest victory yet. It'd be big to win a second one, but tonight, just not the best qualifying time either, an hour 21.4.
That is 21.487. That is 33rd quick for Thomas Axum. And again, Caden Honeycutt takes another breath.
Well, like we said, we got a bunch of guys left to go that could very well take that spot from him. So don't relax too hard, Caden. But right now, Alec Karen on the racetrack now ran a 6:24.21, 6:24 in practice. So we're going to see what he can do with that Bernier Liquors, or I'm sorry, the Freight Light Motorsports number 81 entry as he comes through turns 1 and 2.
Yep. From Virginia Beach, Virginia, the Firelight Motorsports number 81 for Alec Karen. And Karen going to see what he can do. Gets down to the bottom, just a touch off that yellow line in turns 3 and 4. We'll see what it does on the stopwatch. Checkered flag in the air, 21.667. 21.667 for Alec Karen. That is going to be 58th quick.
Yeah, and now for some of these drivers, I think you're panicking if you're in the first group almost now, knowing you've got so many drivers going near identical lap times right now, Jacob. There's going to be a ton of people who are competitive that are going to be racing potentially in the C mains tonight, later on tonight, rather. So at this point, you're hoping, please, give me some luck so I hold on to a top 70 because it could come down to a razor blade of a time for them to make it.
That it could. From Nashville, Tennessee, the 151 now on track is Matt Kingsbury. Matt Kingsbury in the 151, taking time now in qualifying.
Regular in the Windshield Deep Racing League as well. He crosses the line. It looks like a 5:26 for Matt Kingsbury. Gains a little time in practice, but going to be mid-pack again for these mains, it looks like.
5th quick for Matt Kingsbury at 21.526. And that is going to bring us to the next driver to qualify from Saugus, California, the DeMarzo's Gears Apache Rental Group, Mike Mobile Music, Desert Squadron, Trauma Kits, Amsoil 042, Robert Duria in the 042. And it looks like Duria may have missed the slot. So the next driver to roll, it looks like Race Control saying the 01 from Rome, Georgia, the Moon Vision entry of Travis Brown going to be the next car out.
Another familiar face here, it looks like, Justin. So Travis, very familiar to everybody on the service.
Was about to say he's really built up his brand in 2020, Sean, as well, because he's built up his own sim racing team. He's built up a media organization now on top of things with Moon Sports. He's had a stellar 2020, Sean. Absolutely.
So looking to get that reflecting onto the track right now. So not that fast of a time for Travis in practice. We're going to see if he can translate that to his qualifying run of 5:76, Jacob.
21.576 for Travis Brown, going to be 21st quick in this group, and overall that slots in at 49th quick for Travis Brown.
Not bad. I think he might be safe. That's going to be very tight, I think, towards some of the closing cars, but I think he might be okay-ish. It's going to come down to the wire, though, I think, for him to be top 70.
So right now, 70th is 21.750. That is Jill Schottelen, and top 70, 11th through 70 go to heat races. That's what we're talking about. 71st on back go to the C's, as we see Dylan Thomas hit the racetrack now in the 03 from Denison, Texas. The Wrights Motorsports Photography, Mike M Design, Southern Sim Racing Machine.
7:27 on the board for Dylan in practice, so going to see if he can improve on that. Looking decent across turns 1 and 2, kind of diamonds it down, and just we were talking about earlier, you want to stay right on that yellow line throughout the corners.
Exactly, and he's currently running about a quarter car length up Did it a bit on the diamond, but the problem is he did it too much. And as some drivers emphasized, you clip that apron, you lose time. That may cost him an extra half a tenth. That could put him a bit more in danger later on in the order.
21.628 is 53rd quick for Dylan Thomas. And I think with what we've got left should be safe for heats, but you never know.
Exactly. And you never know with some of the drivers and some of the slots. Keep in mind some have personal commitments that may pop up, but others, I think they are looking for chances to say, I want to show what speed I can do, such as this car.
Indeed. Next driver to take time from Browns Mills, New Jersey, the RycoMotorsports.com, Trent Goodrow Designs, Fugit Clothing, number 02, Jay Jensen. Jay Jensen in the 02.
In a 7:04 in practice, did Jay. Can't really miss that car from no matter where you are in this facility. Very good looking car. Comes across the line, 7:39. So another guy that loses a little bit on his practice time, and that might hurt him as these heat races get closer.
It puts him on the bubble in 70th to go to heat races. Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to last for Jensen. I don't think that's going to last. It might not last to the next car at this point, because the next car, he's a former eNASCAR Ignite Series driver.
That it is, as we move into now driver number 199, the DM Software Development entry. This is Andy Trupiano. Andy Trupiano in the 199. As you mentioned, Justin, former Ignite Series driver, very, very quick.
Also just won his second consecutive Windshield Deep Racing League championship. So he's having a good 2020 down the front stretch of 5:43 for Andy. Loses a little bit of time in practice, but gonna mar him in the mid-pack as well.
It's gonna lock him into heat races though. 48th quick with only, I think, 7 cars to go now.
Yeah, I think a lot of the people you can start check marking as you're good, you're good, you're good. It's if you're running in the 6s and 7s now is where you get a little bit nervous with some of the big names still coming up.
Next driver on the racetrack now to qualify in the 333. This is Wyatt Booker. Wyatt Booker on the clock in the 333 and takes the green flag for the qualifying lap. We'll see what Booker can do here, Sean.
And speaking of being in the 6s and 7s, Wyatt ran a 21.678 in practice, so he's right on that bubble time. Looked decent through 1 and 2, but Justin, I just don't think he's carrying enough speed on the straightaways, it looks like.
Yeah, that's only like 130 miles an hour at the stripe. In fact, that's not even close to making the top 70.
No, it's not. 21.973 is 84th quick.
Yeah, that's going to be where I think it's going to be tough for him to try and move on from the CEs. But I'm curious how a couple more of the other drivers are coming up here. We have a few good ones and a few underdogs here up on track.
6 drivers left in qualifying. Chance Sapp right now from East Bend, North Carolina. The G-Force Collision Savvy Scorpio Blue Line Deli entry on the racetrack for the qualifying run. We'll see what Chance Sapp can do.
Yeah, looking like he's just missing that line again as well, and not even close to it. The straight line speed's much more better by 3 miles an hour, but the pace overall just lost a ton of time in the corners.
21.860, 21.860. That is not good enough either to move on. That is 80th quick for Chance Sapp at 21.860.
So not one he's going to want to look back on for that lap. So got another guy coming on to the track, Pete Pellini in the number 177. Looking into turn number 3, ran a 6:21 in practice.
That would be enough to get it in the show right now as it sits from Sands, Michigan. The Phantom CGN McConey setup shot butt kicker Shenandoah Shine. 177 for Pete Pellini as he works down the back straightaway. And can it be enough? The time right now to go to heats is 21.732. That is 70th quick. Pellini comes to the line, 21.684, 66th, but that may be enough.
Might be enough, but Justin, we've seen throughout this whole qualifying that they're so close that might be the bubble time. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to see.
It's going to come down to, again, the final couple cars, especially when you have some of the other drivers from eNASCAR coming up. We still have at least 2 set to take the racetrack. One of them's on right now, Jacob.
Indeed. The driver who drove for Team Dillon Esports this past season in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, tonight behind the wheel of number 45, this is Michael Guest. Michael Guest in the 45, a driver who I think we have to keep our eye on, not just to go to heat races, but potentially to lock into that top 10. It has been tight. Guest comes to the line. The lap is at 21.485. 21.485. That'll put him in heats. Overall, it is long about 33rd quick.
And it shouldn't be surprised to see him fairly quick because he runs a lot of fixed short track races whenever they're on the calendar. He runs at least 2 to 3. And one of his best tracks just so happens to be Richmond on that side, Jacob. So it shouldn't be a shock to see Guest towards the top of the board, at least in terms of speed, or at least the mid-board.
For sure. Coming to the line to start the lap now from Guelph, Ontario, Canada, in the Butt Kicker Bruzy race where Oculus Jake Watson designs, number 97. This is Tyler DiVinanzo. Tyler DiVinanzo in the 97 down the back straightaway. Again, a low 70 right now is going to get you into heat races. A 21.709 is the bubble there. Top 10's about 0.3 better. How about 21.553? That will put him in heats. It is 50th overall.
Locks him into the heats, as you mentioned, so a little bit slower than he was in practice, but Tyler gonna have to work his way up through the heats. As right now we got another guy coming onto the track, should be the next guy up, the 57 of Max Cookson, but I'm not really seeing him in the server anywhere.
That would be a big shock if Cookson misses his spot in the line, and very, very unfortunate if he is not able to take a lap here. So,
and I believe something big to think about is keep in mind with some of the drivers, they are currently getting an opportunity potentially, Jacob, for a third server. We are hearing for drivers to have a shot, for specifically drivers such as Alfala, for others, they could have a shot to try and qualify. It's if they haven't recorded a time to give him an opportunity, but for Southern, not the best opportunity. Remember, he was among the drivers supposed to be in the first group.
Yeah, Andy Southern in the 171. That's a 22.007. 22.007 for Andy Southern. Very, very tough lap there, and that is going to definitely put him in the C's. A 90-second quick.
Yeah, so keep in mind, this is going to be very stressful for some of these drivers now, too, because we kept on emphasizing the potential moving to the bubble. How about this? Marcus Furtanek, one of the top drivers in short track racing lately in 2020. Always someone you'll see in the top 10 in a short track car.
Indeed. Marcus Furtanek coming to the line. 21.503 in practice, so he had the speed. Does it translate? A 21.485 will lock him into heat. 21.485 is 34th quick. He ties him with Michael Guest.
Not bad at all, Sean.
Definitely not. I mean, I'm looking around the entry list here. I'm seeing we got a couple of guys who aren't on our entry list here, including this guy, the 83 of Adam Benefiel on the racetrack right now.
Benefiel was going to be in the first group. Benefiel was going to be in the first group, so he'll now come to the racetrack and spent a lot of time working with Michael Conti this season in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Helped to get Conti into the Final Four. That's the WR1 Sim Chassis, number 83 for Benefiel. Looks like he may be the last driver in this group to take time, and we'll see what Benefiel can do.
Off the corner, down the front straightaway, another one of the faster guys in the service. Not a lap he'd like to have right there, a 21.566. For Adam Benefiel. Didn't take a practice time, but that's going to mire him a little deeper into the field than he would like.
It's going to put him 52nd quick, Benefiel, at 21.566. And we'll await word from race control if we do need to go to a third server for qualifying. But right now, I believe we've got, with the addition of Benefiel, 103 drivers that have at least taken a qualifying attempt.
And they're all quick times, mind you, where if any official race happened for some of these drivers, it'd be where some of them might be on the pole, Jacob, for some of these races on any given time slot. But again, with how strong this competitive grouping is, they're hungry to come away with the big short track victory such as this. all the drivers I spoke to at one point or another mentioned how they love these type of race, because it feels like they are going as a spectator during the real life seasons, and to be able to follow that type of event as a competitor, to quote Jimmy Mullins, is just a really cool and fun experience. We're seeing that tonight, and we're seeing the competitiveness coming out from all these drivers. It's going to be tight, I think, in the next couple cars coming up, potentially, to see how things shape out. Again, potentially is the key word.
So we will have a third server going up for qualifying here momentarily as we bring you back into the booth. Again, Jacob Seelman, Justin Prince, Sean Butler with you as we continue through the final vestiges of qualifying for the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by Sim Seats, put on by Windshield Deep. And here's how it sits as we prepare for the third and final group of qualifying. Parker Retzlaff on the provisional pole at 21.371, and right now Justin Knobloch in 10th is on the bubble to lock in at 21.403, gentlemen. So Sean, as we get set for our third and final group for the last handful of drivers, what are you looking at?
Well, as we've mentioned at the start of our coverage of qualifying, this is one of the closest fields we've seen as far as qualifying goes in the super lates. But man, you just got a bunch of guys up at the front that know their way around these tracks. You got guys like Blake Reynolds is going to be up there, of course. Parker, no surprise that he's where he is. One guy I'm kind of surprised with is Alex McCullum, our defending winner from the last Windshield Deep event we did, the E-Thanksgiving Classic. He is outside the top 10 currently, so that is one of the main things I'm taking away from this. I'm kind of shocked at, but really nothing that we are surprised at is the amount of talent that's in this race for sure. We still got a bunch of other drivers to go.
That we do. So we're going to step aside here on Windshield Deep, take a break, come back with the third and final portion of qualifying for the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by Sim Seats, back after this.
Hey, Hall of Fame driver Rusty Wallace here. When my body feels like it just got beat up for 500 laps, I turn to Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream to target my pain. With its patent-pending hands-free sponge applicator and non-greasy, deep-penetrating formula, Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream gets down deep for big-time pain relief. And more importantly, it doesn't leave me smelling like pit row. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got a race to win, pain-free.
Blu-Emu, maximum pain relief, the official pain relief cream of NASCAR.
Welcome back. It's the third and final piece to qualifying for the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by Sim Seats. Jacob Seelman, Justin Prince, Sean Butler, still with you. More than 100 drivers have tried. We're down to a final handful. And Justin Prince, the hard part here is that final handful is a couple of very, 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 very quick competitors.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, this grouping includes that are still you set times. Ryan Kuhn, who is always very quick on the short tracks. Ray Alfalla, who's putting up lightning times that are comparable to your current pole time. Kyle King, who curious to see how he does. Dylan Wilson, curious to see how he does among those drivers. Here's something also keep in mind. The track is a little bit cooler than what the others can. And also keep in mind, Ryan Kuhn in practice times has already put up 21 threes. So there's at least a chance that two of these drivers in this small grouping could potentially shake up the entire top 10.
If Ryan Kuhn backs up what he just ran in practice, he's going to be on the pole, Justin Prince. And we're getting ready to roll cars here. I believe we're going to start with Kyle Young momentarily as the first car to take time.
Yeah, and you hit it right on the nose. It's going to be where I think Kuhn and Alfalla are expected to both be very quick. I'm curious if they can back up what they just did with it now meaning everything here. It's going to be big here, I think. And Sean, I think you can back me up on this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we saw the time Ryan just ran, that's kind of, I was just kind of taken aback by when we were going back to face cam, but that was a lightning quick time by Ryan Kuhn. So we're definitely going to see if he can back that up and put that number 72 machine into the top 5 or even on the pole, Jacob.
Yes, we will. From East Bridgewater, Massachusetts, the Berniers Liquors, Trent Goodrow Designs, Ryko Motorsports, Ryan Kuhn Motorsports, number 72 of Ryan Kuhn. Ryan Kuhn in the 72, ready to start on his lap, the first of 3, I believe, that's going to take a time in this final bit of qualifying. Green flag and a very good 1 and 2 for Ryan Kuhn. He wraps that seam down the back straightaway. So we saw it in practice, a 21.361, 21.371 is the pole. Can Kuhn bump Retzlaff off turn 4 to the flag? No, he can't. 21.412. He'll have to run the heat. That's 13th quick for Ryan Kuhn.
Justin, I think we saw right there, had a little bobble off at turn number 4. That might be what cost him the time there.
100% did. And that's always the tough part is sometimes you can practice, but also over practice, so to speak, because almost feel like that initial time, yes, showed his hand, but also at the same time, while getting some experience with what to do, might have almost put too much pressure on him to do it again a second time.
Indeed. And now we move to the driver from Syracuse, New York in the 93. This is Kyle Young. Kyle Young in the 93, working down the back straightaway. We'll see what he can do in order to, you got to make the top 70 to go to heats. Top 10 lock in. Kuhn could not lock in. Does Kyle Young? He does not. 21.659, 21.659 for Kyle Young is 65th. He'll make heats, but barely.
Not what he wanted to do either. So pretty sure we have this man coming up last. We might have one more after this, but guy needs no introduction, Jacob. Some guy named Ray Alfalla trying to take a time.
He needs no introduction, but I'll give him one anyways. From Cape Coral, Florida, the Virtual Racing School 002, the 4-time eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion. This is Ray Alfalla.
And he's going to really need to haul the mail here. He did that in the practice times as well. You mentioned the 21.361 by Kuhn in practice, 21.383 for Ray Alfalla, and he's running a similar line, not as low as some of the other competitors. I'll have to see if he can get himself inside the top 10. It's going to be close.
Looks good.
Oh, it's a really good lap. It's not the pole, but it's enough to lock in 21.388, 6th quick for Ray Alfalla, and that will officially conclude qualifying, and it will give tonight's $100 Triggers Small Engine Incorporated presented by Blu-Emu Pole Award to the driver from Rhinelander, Wisconsin in car number 79, Parker Retzlaff.
Wow, and that's an amazing time we talked about with Parker Retzlaff, where he was blistering quick And he said it himself. He wanted to win this race. He's been entering every single major event he can to gain the experience and the opportunity to come away with said victories. The pole award is the first step.
That it is. 106 drivers officially attempted a lap, and only the top 10 overall lock in. We'll give those times to you here now. Parker Retzlaff on the pole at 21.371. Alex McCollum second quick, 21.374. Donovan Strauss third quick, 21.377. Briar LaPrade fourth quick, 21.379. Blake Reynolds fifth quick at 21.382. Then Ray Alfala sixth quick at 21.388. Garrett Main seventh quick at 21.391. Andrew Pietrnick eighth quick, 21.395. Cody Kelly ninth quick, 21.395. And Jimmy Mullis, the 10th and final driver to lock in on speed, 21.402. Justin Prince, we said it was going to be tight. The difference between Mullis and running the heat race, which Justin Knobloch in 11th will do, 1/1000th of a second.
And it's not a shock with how tight it was for qualifying for this event. And that's where the pressure lies. You can run good and long run pace, but for some, you need to also be able to be very quick short run and qualifying to be able to come away with the big victories. And the top 10 just made it a little bit more easier. The heat races are going to be pretty crazy, I think, Jacob, to try and make sure they're in a transfer spot.
One other thing we want to mention now is the possibility of the Fairway Motors pole bounty, $200 if Parker Retzlaff decides tomorrow to forego starting on the pole and start at the tail of the field. Should he come through Justin Prince and win the race, $200 extra courtesy of Fairway Motors. But the way you talk about Retzlaff wanting to win this thing, I don't see him taking it. Do you?
I'm not quite sure, because here's the thing. It could be difficult to get through all the traffic. And as well, many drivers think about it this way. If you're in the midst of traffic, you're in the midst of potential danger. For Retzlaff, he got a lot of luck when it came to the Open Snowball Derby a couple weeks back, where he had to avoid a 15-car pileup. I don't think he wants to try and avoid another 15-car pileup early on in the race. So if I'm Retzlaff, I decide to stay up towards the front, keep the track position, try to play on the defensive, and try and lead as many laps as he can.
Sean Butler, takeaways from qualifying as we close in on the start of our heats.
I can really only echo what Justin said. I mean, this field is so competitive. If I'm Parker, as he mentioned, there's no way I'm doing that. It's tempting, but I don't want to go to the back of the field and have to pass these guys. Man, I just passed all of them in qualifying, so I want to stay as close to the front as I can here, but lots of big names towards the front of the field, and as we were mentioning, lots of big names towards the middle of the pack as well. So it's going to be interesting to see where those guys will end up at the end of this thing and who's going to take home the big money come tomorrow.
So that officially puts an end to Dave's Truck Parts pole qualifying here for the Blu-Emu Short Track Showdown presented by Sim Seats on Windshield Deep from Richmond Raceway. If you're just joining us, Jacob Seal and Justin Prince, Sean Butler on the call with Ryan Bauer down in the production trailer. Right now, though, we're going to take a brief moment to step aside and get ready for those heat races, and we'll be back with more of the on-track action right after this.
And what a race we are seeing here tonight. Top of the Blu-Emu hot lap, because that lap was hot. We got Kyle Busch trying to go around Kevin Harvick. Not going to happen. The doors closed again. Brought to you by Blu-Emu. If you're looking for some pain relief, look out! Because right now, Kevin Harvick is dishing out some pain to Kyle Busch. Here he comes on the inside. Gonna try the low line. Not going to work. Door closed again. The Blu-Emu hot lap. Brought to you by our good friends at Blu-Emu. Look for it at a store near you.
Welcome back to coverage of the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by SimSeats on Windshield Deep from the virtual Richmond Raceway. Jacob Seelman, Justin Prince, Sean Butler still with you. We're now joined by the driver who just finished off collecting the $100 Pole Award presented by Drieger Small Engine Incorporated and Blu-Emu from Rhinelander, Wisconsin, Parker Retzlaff. Parker, first off, congratulations. And before I ask you about the lap, I want to have you confirm something that just came up in the Twitch chat, if you can. Correct me on the number if this isn't accurate, but that's $8,600 now that you've won off iRacing in the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, since last Wednesday, $8,600 is correct.
And we'll remind those who are watching at home that this is also A, a teenager, and B, a teenager getting set to run in the Arkham Art Series East next year, Parker. So I imagine at least some of that is going to good use into your race car.
Yeah, I'm just saving it. I'm not spending any money right now. I'm just saving it all. Just gonna keep it until I find something that I really need to use it for.
How wild was qualifying? Not only the lap that you put down, but then having to wait and wait and wait some more to see if it was really going to hold up.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really feel like my qualifying lap was the best. I didn't even think I got the pole on my lap, but then I just seen what I ran, and I was like, I thought it was good enough, but there was still a couple people after me that had enough speed to beat it. So it is kind of nerve-wracking sitting there before your lap, not getting much practice right before the lap, and then just waiting to see if it holds.
Now, I know you don't have to make the decision on air with us, but there is the option of the $200 bounty to give up the pole, start from the rear, and try to win this thing from the back. Do you even consider that? Is that something that even crosses your mind at this point?
I don't think so.
You know what? We had to ask for the viewership at home. You've won a lot of big races, and certainly at the start of the pandemic, I in particular watched you dominate some of the big short track races that were put together and watched you beat some of the best names in the sport, let alone the best names on the service. How much do you want to win this one, though, in terms of big races with prestigious names that have run as high as the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series? How important is a trophy from the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout to Parker Retzlaff?
I mean, yeah, I can't seem to just win one of the really big super races, so that's what I want to do. Since it's basically my main car in the sim, I really want to win one of these big super races.
We'll give you a chance too, Parker, to give a shout out to the sponsors and supporters that helped make this possible, and give you the shot to lead the field to green tomorrow for the short track shootout. Who do you need to thank?
Ponzi, EcoTrax, Iron Horse Loggers, Loglit for Kids, all my parents for supporting everything that I do in sim racing, real racing, all their hard work, Reaper Speed Lab, and Legacy Esports, and you guys for putting this whole thing on.
We appreciate it. That was the Blu-Emu instant reaction of Parker Retzlaff, who sits on the pole for the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout at the virtual Richmond Raceway. Blu-Emu, it works fast, and you won't stink. With that said, we're going to go back to another break. We'll return with heat racing action here on Windshield Deep in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Hall of Fame driver Rusty Wallace here. When my body feels like it just got beat up for 500 laps, I turn to Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream to target my pain. With its patent-pending hands-free sponge applicator and non-greasy, deep-penetrating formula, Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream gets down deep for big-time pain relief. And more importantly, it doesn't leave me smelling like pit row. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got a race to win, pain-free.
Blu-Emu, maximum pain relief, the official pain relief cream of NASCAR.
Welcome back to Windshield Deep coverage of the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by Sim Seats from Richmond Raceway. Jacob Seelman, Justin Pritz, Sean Butler with you, and we are just a couple of moments away from heat number 1 of 3 for the event, which will take the top 6 drivers out of this heat into the main event. Justin Prince, and I know all 3 heats are loaded, but I'll tell you what, it doesn't get a whole lot better than what we're about to see in this first group, even if it is a little bit of an announcer's nightmare.
Yeah, this field is stacked, and this was the concern for some of the drivers for the bubble spots especially. Ryan Kuhn, Brandon Wilkinson, Robbie Keneally, Justin Noblock, Colin Bowden, Justin Lisenby, Ryan Doucette among the many big names in this field for Heat Race 1. This is going to be craziness, I think, to try and get into the top 6, to be able to try and move on, because for this field, you're going to need to be picture perfect and have a ton of luck to be able to move on at this point.
So, Sean, good news for those who remember the E-Thanksgiving Classic of a month ago. These heats are 5 laps longer than the E-Thanksgiving Classic heats at Southern National Motorsports Park. The bad news? These heats are 5 laps longer, and there's 5 more laps for drivers to, shall we say, get into a tangle, if you will.
Yeah, track's longer too, so you got to put that into place. But as Justin said, this is going to be so tight to get in top 6, as we say, advance. But this is going to be so tight. I'm looking at the practice times, and man, we're in for a heck of a show. And hopefully, these guys can put on a great one for us as we get set to get this thing rolling.
Starting lineup for heat race number 1 finds Justin Knobloch on the pole alongside Ryan Kuhn, with Justin Lisenby and Brandon Wilkinson sharing the second row of the grid. Colin Bowden starts P5 alongside Garrett Conrath. Ryan Matthews rolls from 7th. Ryan Doucette recently up into the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series field from 8th. Michael Guest 9th, and Justin Prince, Derek Fulton starting 10th.
Andrew Navarro starts 11th tonight, with Robbie Keneally starting in 12th position. Brian Naducci starts in 13th alongside Derek Luchacki. Then it is Tyler DeVanzo starting alongside Brian Borges. Jesse Bunnell starts alongside Cody Harris. Brett Pancari rounds out the 19 drivers in this first heat.
So field already doubled up, working behind the iRacing pace car down the back straightaway. And the key, as both Justin and Sean kind of alluded to, you have to be smooth, but you have to get to the front quickly, because 30 laps is not a lot of time, and it becomes even less time should you have an early caution or 2. Take some of that time off the board. Field doubled up in the hands of Justin Lisenby as we get set to roll one more pace lap, so 2 pace laps here before we go green. Sean, what are you looking at?
I am just looking, as we said, I mean, it's got to be the guy who can keep his car the cleanest, as well as we factored in the luck factor. So many of these guys know their way around this track so well, and pretty much first 1 through 19 can win this thing. It's just a matter of what happens in that mid-pack, as we mentioned before. So we're looking at guys in the mid-pack, guys like Robbie Keneally, Andrew Navarro, Derek Lukaki's in there as well. So it's going to be a lot of trouble to get through some of these guys, especially when so much is on the line to get into the feature event. But we're going to see just who has everything lined up for them correctly as we're getting ready to go.
And again, top 6 to the main event. And I'll try that again. I told you it was an announcer's nightmare, not Justin Lisenby. Justin Knobloch bringing the field to green in the 94. We're underway. Lisenby in the back bumper of Knobloch as they head down to turn 1. Ryan Kuhn on the outside. That's not where you want to be as they head off turn number 2. Lisenby and Kuhn side by side. They're doubled up way back through the field.
And they're going to need to try and find a hole. If you're Ryan Kuhn, try and find as quick as you can the run to the bottom side. And the trouble is, expect drivers to have contact. Ryan Matthews just got hit into the fence.
We stay green for the moment, but Matthews, a big shot up into the fence, started up towards the front of this field, going to fall back, was side by side for 6th with Ryan, or for 5th rather, with Ryan Doucette a moment ago. Right now, Brandon Wilkinson, the big man outside of the transfer spot, as we believe he's getting some help. Eyes in the sky. Wilkinson is from Ty Majeski tonight.
Looking into turn number 1, Wilkinson gets through all the traffic. The battle is going to be between Ryan Matthews and Derek Luchacki in that number 30. Derek's got the spot, but as we mentioned earlier, Ryan just fighting that right side damage, as it's going to be a long way for him to be on that top side as he continues to slide back. Now loses the spot to Ryan Borges.
Borges trying to work his way forward, did not get a good lap in qualifying, 16th to 11th. So Borges is really on the prowl early, up 5 spots, JP, in just the first 3.5 laps here.
And I don't think he's quite done yet, because not only does he have a chance to gain some more positions with some of the drivers up around him and in front of him, and the fact that he's running some of the quickest times on the racetrack right now in the 21.6s, but it's also the fact right now that some of the others just seem to be struggling a bit in the traffic early on, where there's a bit of a checkup effect in some of these groups, and that's where it's going to allow them to try and close up and gain some positions. But it's not going to be easy, as we've talked about, to try and go from 11th up to the top 6, because you burn up your tires by doing that.
That you do. They were 2 wide, almost 3 wide for a moment back behind there around Robbie Keneally, Andrew Navarro. Brian Narducci was back there in the middle of it, so they're putting on a good battle. That's around 12th, 13th, and 14th. The 11, 222, and 001 of Narducci, who was working to the inside a moment ago. Borges just ahead of them in 11th, trying to close on Derek Fulton up front, though. The battle for the transfer spot, not necessarily a battle yet. About 3 car lengths, Sean, separating 6th place Brandon Wilkinson from Michael Guest, who's on the outside looking in the 45.
Guest started 9th up to currently the 7th position, as you're right on board with him down the front straightaway. One of the guys we want to emphasize in this race with eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series experience, knows how to manage his tires very well, as he looks back to the 9 of Garrett Conrath down the backstretch, another great short track driver. So we're going to see just who wants to go early and who wants to kind of save. And if I put money on it, I think Guest is going to be one of those guys that tries to save those tires when it really counts.
However, the tough part here is how much can you save, JP, in a 30-lap race? We're already almost at 1/3 distance. We're working lap number 9, so there's not a lot of time here.
You can save a decent bit, but I think he has to start pushing at about 5-10 laps at the very latest, because he waits any further than that, then it becomes to where you're hoping for a big checkup to make the inside mark. He's actually starting to start to push a little bit now along right now, because Brandon Wilkinson, fastest car on the racetrack last time by. 2nd quickest, Michael Guest. 3rd quickest, Garrett Conrath, or should I say Luchacki and then Conrath. So that line is closing, with the leaders starting to burn up their stuff. And with him saving, that's going to help him potentially try and make a dive to the inside.
The question is, Sean, are they saving all that much? Ryan Doucette had a couple of good breaks early to be able to claw from 8 outside row 4 up into the top 5. Doucette rides 5th, and he is gaining time as well on Colin Bowden. If I'm looking at a weak link in this line, it could be Bowden in the 24.
I'm looking at that as well. Doucette is one of the fastest cars on the track, as we alluded to. He's running times just as fast as the leaders were the last couple of laps, if not faster. But it's pretty much 1 through, I would say, 6 or 7 right now. Pretty much single file. Then you got to go back to Guest and Conrath, Luchacki back there. So it's going to be interesting to see just who saves the most and when these guys are going to start racing. We saw in the E-Thanksgiving Classic that even though they were locked in, we saw the leaders still fighting it out to gain spots. So we're going to see who's going to be that driver, or who's going to put a good head on their shoulders and just keep this thing clean and green so they can lock themselves in.
Top 6 move on. Brandon Wilkinson right now, the last driver there, has a bit of a gap, about 5 car lengths back to Michael Guest in that 7th position, who we ride on or look back at from the back end of Brandon Wilkinson's machine. They've built a little bit of a gap, and that's a good thing, because that top 6, JP, starting to close a little bit closer together as we approach halfway in this heat.
Yeah, they started off a few laps ago about 1.1, 1.2 seconds back. They're now under a second apart from one another and getting a little bit faster and faster each time. The main thing is, though, they are starting to get bigger checkup effects, and eventually somebody's going to say, you know what, I want to get some track position for the feature and trying to be daring. But for others, I expect them to be more patient, knowing I'm in the top 6 right now. I've got a bit of a cushion, especially say if you're even second on back right now, and just ride and hope it stays green with the way it's going. We're already just past halfway this time.
We are 16 laps on the board as they cross the line, and I think Michael Guest, Sean, may be holding Garrett Conrath up a little bit. Conrath has closed up right to the rear bumper of the 45 in the battle for 7th.
They're running very similar times. Guest at 22:072 last time by Conrath in 0:24. Those two are two of the fastest guys in this top 10, and if it looks to me, if we're doing the eye test, Guest is starting to close up to the back of the Brandon Wilkinson machine just a little bit. So before this thing is all said and done, we could be seeing a little battle for that transfer spot as we see it just ahead. Justin Lisby and Ryan Kuhn battling for second.
And that's because Brandon Wilkinson closed so quickly on Ryan Doucette in 5th, JP. Just you mentioned the checkup effect. He had to really get out of the throttle, and that's allowed Guest to get right up to it. It's a train now from about 1st back to 8th place where Garrett Conrath is. This is going to get ugly in the last 10 laps.
Yeah, this is going to get really physical potentially, especially since on top of that, you, as mentioned, have Conrath. You have Gluchaki, who is also closing in and really leaning on his right rear tire. At this point, I'm expecting some more moves coming up soon because Lisenby tried something. It wasn't going to work with him trying to go for the diamond arc. Just couldn't get the run. But the run's going on for the race lead.
Battle for the lead. Ryan Kuhn in the 72 is there and takes it from the 94 of Justin Knobloch. Move Ryan Kuhn to the race lead. He ran him down, passed him, and now we'll see if Ryan Kuhn can drive away. Knobloch under attack now. Justin Lisenby trying to get there, and Michael Guest has caught Brandon Wilkinson for the transfer spot with 10 to go.
10 laps to go. You think that might just open the floodgates here with that position exchange for the lead. Everyone's still looking very tame, though. No one really looking to make it too much moves just yet, but we do have to see when Michael Guest is going to put the bumper underneath Brandon Wilkinson for that spot. They're according just a little bit, so give these guys a few more laps before we see some battling for position going on. But as of right now, Wilkinson's still hanging on to that 6th spot.
Justin, I think you and I can all agree on this. From 1st all the way back to 9th, they're all names that we're very familiar with on this service and all deserve to be in this main event field. The fact that it's been as clean as it has, as hard as it has for 22 laps just shows exactly how much respect all of these guys racing one another have for each other.
That, and as well knowing that if they get over aggressive, guess who pays the price? Likely them if they make a bad mistake or try and get over-exertive for some of the positions. And that's why I think for some of them, they're waiting so patiently. That's why we've seen a lot of give and take for Knobloch when he had his situation. As the caution flag is out.
Caution waves with 7 laps to go. Trouble for the 97 rather. Tyler DiVincenzo. Oh boy. I promise you, as we take a look at the Blu-Emu instant replay here, DiVincenzo gets a little sideways, gathers it up off the corner, and then gets the wall, JP, and really gets that inside wall hard.
Way too quick on the throttle there for the rear-wheel driver. Just tried to carry a lot of it on exit. He had been having a rough race, drifted up a little bit on top of things, just slapped it with the right side and just overcorrected several times over, and he gets our first EOL of heat race night.
Well, Sean Butler, this is going to set up possibly a 2, maybe 3 lap sprint to the finish. It's going to double everybody up. And you thought it was clean up to now. I'm not convinced it's going to stay that way.
Well, what's the term in racing? This changes everything. So, I mean, that literally changes everything here at the top of the field. So most of the field single file, just minding their P's and Q's. But now you got guys that are on the bubble for that 6th position. Brandon Wilkinson currently has it, but he's going to have Michael Guest starting to his inside. So from my guess, it's probably going to be a little bit of a game as to who can get to the inside the fastest and protect their spot in line. If I'm Brandon Wilkinson, I'm looking to do that ASAP on this restart.
I guarantee that if you're Brandon Wilkinson, shoot, Justin, almost the best you can hope for is slot in line in 7th, right behind maybe a Michael Guest, and then try to root him out of the way, get him back, no?
Yeah, possibly. And of course, there's been a lot of discussion towards that where some of the drivers don't want to do that. Some feel like it's a necessary evil. If you do it without wrecking them, there's an art to it. There's the clean way, which is just nudge them a little bit, move them up a half a lane to a full lane, and basically move them up to the top group. or there's the bad way, which is they end up getting damaged. You don't want to give anyone significant damage, to say the very least, in this type of a situation, in this type of a race, to just get a heat spot or a transfer spot.
We're going to take a moment before we go back green to go side by side. We'll pay a word to our sponsors and be back for the green flag right after this.
Drivers, start your engines. Now that we're an official partner of NASCAR, say hello to the new look of Blu-Emu. Gets down deep into your joints and muscles for fast-acting relief. They work fast and you won't stink.
And welcome back to coverage of the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout, presented by Sim Seats on Windshield Deep for the virtual Richmond Raceway. Jacob Seelman, Justin Prince, Sean Butler, as we are doubled up, ready for a 2-lap dash in regulation. Top 6 transfer out of this heat. Pace car to pit road. Ryan Kuhn leads the field down very slowly to the restart zone. Green flag back in the air, underway, and down to turn 1. Brandon Wilkinson trying to find a spot in line. Ryan Doucette looking for some room to race in turn 1.
And it's getting very physical already with Michael Guest to the inside for the transfer spot. Brandon Wilkinson trying to squeeze 2x2, 3 plus rolls deep as Guest tries to get to the inside to the back bumper to the 77. White flag waits at the stand.
Outside momentum work, or will Wilkinson have to try to get to the bottom? Guest has the spot to turn 1 for the final time.
Guest has the spot. He gets tagged by the 30, and here they go. They're crashing behind. Derek Luchacki gets in it. Oh, there's a big crash out of turn number 2. But who has got the transfer spot? It's Robbie Keneally in 3 and 4.
They have to race it to the finish here. Guest knows he's got to try and get the spot to the checkered flag. Ryan Kuhn is going to win this heat race over Justin Lisenby, and Robbie Keneally holds off Michael Guest for the 6th and final transfer spot as they crash off turn 2 on the last lap. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Tempers are definitely going to be flaring. I think they're already flaring right now in the virtual paddock after that one in garage area, because I think that was Derek Luchacki who gave the bump and run to Guest to try and get his shot and just triggered Calamity Central. Just absolute pandemonium behind. Keneally is the luckiest out of that grouping to be able to get through all the carnage, to be able to get that spot.
I'm still trying to figure out, and maybe we'll get a better look at it on the replay here, how Keneally got through that to get the 6th and final transfer spot. And maybe we'll see it here in a moment and go on board with Robbie Keneally to see exactly what he saw. This is coming to the white flag here. So Keneally crosses the stripe, and it's going to get crazy long about the middle of turn 1. There you see the contact, and he was dead sideways coming off turn 2, saves it, gets alongside Michael Guest, and Sean Butler, the way Guest just didn't get back to him, I'm wondering if Guest thought he was in 6th.
I'm really not sure. I've been looking around at this wreck for the last couple minutes here as we were talking about it, but Guest kind of just let him go going into turn 3. I'm not sure if he felt that he didn't feel he could hold him off on the top side because Keneally was underneath him at that point. I don't know. He looked like he just tried to stop and move him out of the way in turn 3, but Robbie Keneally just kept all 4 wheels and tires on the ground, and he's able to hold his ground and hold on to 6th. But man, that's just the first heat, guys. What is going to happen in this next one?
It is. Let's give you a look at the results real quick before we move into heat race number 2. Ryan Kuhn with the heat win. Justin Lisenby 2nd. Ryan Doucette 3rd. Justin Knobloch 4th. Colin Bowden 5th. And Robbie Keneally stealing the 6th and final transfer spot. Started 12th. Ended up 6th after that last lap crash. Those half dozen advance into the main event. Michael Guest, Andrew Navarro, Cody Harris, Tyler DiBonanzo, 7th through 10th among those who go to the last chance qualifiers of the C main. Jesse Bunnell, Ryan Borges, Brandon Wilkinson, Brett Puncari, Derek Fulton, Garrett Conrath, Ryan Matthews, Brian Narducci, Derek Luchacki, the rest of the field. So 7 through 19 to the C. And then there were 2 heats, Justin Prince. So if that was any indication, we haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, that was absolute craziness. And we talked about this, and drivers expected this because you're racing for a lot on the line, a chance to make the main race, to make the main show. You're going to do whatever it takes to try and get in. At that time, though, it wasn't the best of moves in that situation with the little bump and run attempt. While side by side, mind you, is going on several rows. If that doesn't happen, we're seeing a completely different type of lineup instead. A lot of big names are going to have to go through the LCQs to have any sort of shot to move into the field.
We'll quickly pull in our heat race winner who has locked himself up a spot at the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout. Ryan Kuhn joins us now on the broadcast. And Ryan, I know you were well and clear of the chaos that happened behind you, but I can't imagine that the nerves were completely settled behind the wheel of that 72.
Yeah, at the beginning of the race, the nerves were settled. I knew there was a lot of good guys in this field, and I thought I was going to be screwed, trapped on the outside, but luckily found a hole behind Lisenby and really rode behind him until about halfway, and then started really pushing it and got by both him and Justin. And that thing, honestly, this setup feels really good. But, you know, we'll watch the next two heats, see if we can learn anything, and use it for tomorrow.
How tough is the racetrack for the guys who are still to run in these next two heats? I mean, it looked like even for you guys up front, it started to get a little tricky as the 30 laps got a little closer to the end.
Yeah, it seems like the first 2 to 3 laps, the car starts off a little free off the corner, but after that, the car gets a little more snug, entry center, and you actually have that drive off that you need to pass people. But, you know, like I said, really good setup, and this is really the first time I've ever seen in a super late model since the new tire model passing. And as crazy it is, but, you know, I think the setup's really built for passing, and it's actually, I think it'll make for a really good race.
Anybody, sponsors, shout-outs, supporters, who do you need to call to here tonight, Ryan?
I think first and foremost, Bernier's Liquors, Peter Bernier, Ryko Motorsports, Trent Goodrow Designs for this car. We're going to get a new paint scheme for tomorrow night. American iRacing League still on this car. Shout out to them. Excited for my guys to run season 2. I'm not sure if I can make it for them, but very excited for tomorrow. You guys in the booth, love how Landon set up this whole deal, and I think it's going to be really awesome.
That's a Blu-Emu instant reaction with our heat race #1 winner tonight, Ryan Kuhn, presented by Blu-Emu. It works fast and you won't stink. We'll step aside, take a break, get ready for heat 2 right after this.
What a race we are seeing here tonight. Top of the Blu-Emu hot lap, because that lap was hot. We got Kyle Busch trying to go around Kevin Harvick. Not going to happen. The doors closed again. Brought to you by Blu-Emu. If you're looking for some pain relief, look out! Right now, Kevin Harvick is dishing out the pain to Kyle Busch. Here he comes on the inside. Gonna try the low line. Not gonna work. Door closed again. The Blu-Emu hot lap. Brought to you by our good friends at Blu-Emu. Look for it at a store near you.
Welcome back to coverage of the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by Sims Seats from the virtual Richmond Raceway here on Windshield Deep. Jacob Seelman, Justin Prince, Sean Butler still with you as we get set for heat race number 2 of 3, where we'll put 6 more drivers into tomorrow's main event. And Justin Prince, there are a lot of heavy hitters in this one. If you look down the list, you've got Trayton Lapsovich, who we know is going to be a factor, Matt Busa, who has Coke Series experience, Caden Honeycutt, who we know is going to be a factor and has been a factor both on the sim and in real life in these short track events. You've got Dylan Alt, Blake Neer. This is anybody's race, I feel like, and that doesn't even factor in the guy who is one of the most tenured veterans on the entire service in Josh Parker.
Absolutely, and this is going to, as we've mentioned, be so tricky. We've seen how crazy and how desperate people can get when you have one chance to try and punch your ticket into the main event. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again here. How aggressive it is compared to Heat Race 1's final lap, we'll have to wait and see. I think really it all comes down to, again, to how these cars launch off and how they really push, because if you're deep in the pack, I think it's going to be an uphill climb and then some. If you're towards the front, I think you're calm, cool, and collected like we've seen with the main pack before Pandemonium struck in Heat Race 1.
Sean Butler, is that going to make track position as much or more of a key in this heat as we saw in the first heat? Because certainly for some of the guys who finished in those top 3 or 4 positions, they were able to stay out of the calamity that struck on that final lap.
Absolutely. I mean, I can echo what Justin said again. So we saw everyone be single file pretty much for about 90% of that race in Heat 1, and all of a sudden just Pandemonium strikes out of nowhere. So track position is going to be so important, especially around that transfer spot area, to where you can secure your spot into the main event, and you don't want to be dodging a 10-15 car pileup to make it into the race. So if these guys in the top 1 through 5 essentially can kind of push their way across the track and make them get away for the rest of the field, they're in a good spot, and just let the guys from 6 on back duke it out.
So as we close in on the start of this one, there are a lot of big names and only 6 spots, JP. As far as somebody who may be starting deeper in the field, who are you worried about of the big names that may have trouble transferring here based on the starting lineup?
Well, and based on the starting lineup, essentially, among some of the drivers, I think you have to be careful about guys like Lapsovich. He's among the drivers expect to be towards the deeper end. Adam Benefield expect to be towards the deeper end, who I'm keeping an eye on. I think for them, they're going to need a couple cautions to really get into a good spot where you're starting on the bottom to be able to do so without getting in trouble themselves, because here's one of the main kickers from Heat Race 1 we haven't talked too much about. Brian Matthews, remember him? One of the top drivers in all super late models, didn't make it in. He has to go through the LCQs because he got involved in an incident in the first lap and a half of the race that got him significant damage and had him in the teens before the pileup. In other words, you can't afford to be Ryan Matthews, and you also can't afford to be some of the other drivers who took the entire race to get up through the pack, then essentially got involved in trouble once trouble struck.
So if trouble's going to strike here, Sean Butler, does it happen early or late?
It's so tough to tell, especially in a race like this. I mean, the first race, obviously it happens late, but we're going to see guys, as Justin mentioned, maybe towards the back that want to make their way up towards the front. And you're going to see maybe they try to force the issue to get there, maybe they don't. But regardless, if you're any one of these guys from 6 on back, you have to be wary that the wreck could happen at any point in time, or something can get moved at any point in time. You got to be on the defensive whenever the opportunity arises.
And going back to that starting lineup, JP, you mentioned Trayton Lapsovich, who I think we were all surprised to see deep in this heat race field. But that goes back to what we documented during qualifying about 2 hours ago now. He had that one minute mistake coming off turn 4, and that could be the nail in the coffin for his entire short track shootout chance here.
Yeah, it's going to be where he's all the way back in the teens. And that's where we've seen how difficult it was to get through. The only driver who really got through from the teens was Robbie Keneally. And that was because of madness. You can't bank on that again, because if that happens again, I expect it to be even more crazier.
For sure. Here's the lineup. Caden Honeycutt and Dylan Alt on row number 1, with Austin Edwards and Blake Neer starting 3rd and 4th respectively. Larry Pace rolling off from the 5th position alongside Jackson Lewis. GT Hawkins and Matt Busa side by side in the 4th row. Marcus Fruchtinek and Josh Parker going to have a little bit of a way to climb. Justin Prince, he starts 10th.
Connor Horn starts 11th tonight alongside J.R. Hager. Then it's Zach Miracle looking to try and shoot up through the field, along with Adam Benefiel, who starts in 14th. Curtis Critchley starts in 15th with Dylan Thomas in 16th. Trayden Lapsevich, as mentioned, deep in the field, 17th position. Then it's Kyle Young, Alec Karen, and Moonhead. Travis Brown rounds out the 20 drivers.
Sean Butler, as we get set to go here, can Caden Honeycutt, sorry, my brain's on Caden Honeycutt because I was looking at him on the screen. Can Trayden Lapsevich, I'll try that again, realistically go 17th to 6th in 30 laps?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him to at least give it the best try he can. So he definitely has the talent and the skills to do it. And it might end up being how well can he avoid any wrecks that might happen. So we've seen if we have a wreck as big as the last race, he might have to do some extra ducking and dodging to get through. But anything is possible on iRacing, especially here in these windshield deep events. We've seen stuff and crazy stuff happen. So it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest to see Trayden get up there. But like we've been talking about, he's got his work cut out for him to do it.
Lights go off here, so it'll be one more pace lap, and then we will go green. Honeycutt and Alt on row number 1. That's a lot of short track talent on that front row. JP, I would expect a pretty clean start from those two.
I think so, and I think if you are Dylan Alt, you're 100% going to have to jump down towards the bottom as quick as possible. We've seen that cost one spot before. I think if he times it up perfectly, though, he might be able to try and swing it and keep at least second position. But as you can tell with the fact that Austin Edwards is already to the back bumper of Honeycutt, who also, mind you, Edwards has a lot of real-world experience and a former NASCAR Ignite Series driver also, not looking like he's going to let that happen.
Here we go. Field in the hands of Caden Honeycutt, the Alito, Texas native, ready to bring the field down. Green flag goes in the air. Heat race number 2. Oh, he spun the tires just a little bit. Checked everybody up. So we talked about a clean start. It was not clean, and everybody had to get on the binders. They're side by side to turn 2.
Still drag racing down the back straightaway. That helped Dylan Alt a ton. Trying to squeeze from the top line as Honeycutt tries to run against the old line. Through 3 and 4, though, Honeycutt finally gets clear.
Not clear yet. Still a bumper. Now he'll clear down towards turn number 1 with Alt seeing if he can get to the bottom. No, he'll stay on the outside. That opens the door for Austin Edwards. Off 2. They're side by side for 2nd, side by side for 4th.
All these guys in the top 5 right on each other. Now the battle is for 2nd. Austin Edwards in the 18, still underneath Dylan Alt in the 42. A little bit of a moment off of turn number 4. It looks like GT Hawkins in the 114 gets a little loose. That's going to open the door for all these guys behind him. And look at all these guys accordioning up. They're fighting for every spot they can get at it too.
And Trayden Lapsevich has been able to make absolutely no progress. He's back in 18th position right now as we watch the battles up front. Finally, the 42 of Dylan Alt slots down in 4th position behind Jackson Lewis, who has moved to 3rd. The driver just on the outside looking in from the transfer right now. Matt Busa in the 34 and 7th.
The reason, by the way, Trayden Lapsevich is so far behind is he, Travis Brown, and Eric Karen were among drivers who got tangled up on lap 1, turn 3. They need a caution to have any sort of shot now as a result of that. But for Matt Busa, keep an eye on him because he's looking towards the inside every corner entry right now on Larry Pace and looks hungry to dive it up the inside. If he can get the run now on that car, he is leaving a bit of space on the entry on the wider arc.
Top 6 starters run the top 6 positions as we approach lap 5 and complete it this time by the flag stand. Not necessarily in the same order, but Sean Butler, I'm impressed by Jackson Lewis. Started 6th, has advanced to 3rd here in the early going.
Excellent job by Jackson to navigate traffic. Really took advantage of the start and the checkups on the start. He was able to get himself to the bottom and is able to find his way into 3rd. So he's sitting, I want to say comfortably right now, but he's right where he wants to be, away from the transfer spot, as they're all pretty much single file. The first battle I see is really none on the racetrack. Nothing happening whatsoever side by side wise. And it looks like this race is going to be similar to the first one we were talking earlier. If they start to accordion up, what it'll happen, and it looks like if we keep this thing together, it'll be happen later on in this race.
On board with Matt Busa right now, as you see, looking out the windshield from P7 as Busa trying to close in, make something happen a little bit in that 034 as they are right now. One long snake. There's one side-by-side battle back around, it looked like about 11th, 12th position right now. As we go on board with Connor Horn here, who sits in the 9th position in the 67. He's trying to work his way forward. It was, I believe, Adam Benefield started to move forward in that 12th position in the 83, where we saw that side-by-side battle a moment ago. So Benefield has picked up a couple of positions, but right now, it's been all track position. It has been all Caden Honeycutt. However, Austin Edwards starting to close the gap just a little bit. We look on from 3rd place, Jackson Lewis, and there is Caden Honeycutt, who leads this party. He's got a trunk full of the 118.
It's going to be very tight, I think. Once again, you can tell Edwards wants this. But the thing is that separating them is Honeycutt's a little bit better all the way to Apex. Edwards a little bit stronger from Apex towards the exit. And as a result of this little checkups here and there, you're seeing this with this grouping. It's just allowing Honeycutt to build that extra little 100th, extra little 2 100s to build up a cushion. Edwards just a bit more harder on the brakes, trying to counter-react that and try and keep the pressure on Honeycutt and not allow him to save and keep the pace of the front group higher and higher.
Matt Busa right now, first man out in 7th. He's about to be under attack from the 114 to GT Hawkins in 8th position. Hawkins keeps peeking to the bottom of the racetrack. We go on board with Hawkins. He is looking at the bush back bumper of the 34 of Matt Busa, trying to make something happen. Nothing doing, Sean Butler, at least right now.
And at least GT Hawkins right on the back bumper, right where it needs to be. He looks like his car is slightly more stable than Busa's is, as I say that, and Hawkins gets loose off of turn 2. But nonetheless, we got something happening a little further ahead. Jackson Lewis still holding it 3rd, but Blake Lear moves his way up to 4th as he gets ahead of Dylan Alt. And here comes the battle between GT Hawkins and Busa. Hawkins looking to the inside into turn 1.
Busa bobbled off turn 4. Justin Prince, that allowed GT Hawkins through. Busa's going to have to try and slack back in and slices across the nose of Connor Horn.
And it was Matt Busa himself who mentioned it was very easy to clip the apron. Guess what? Clipping the apron just cost him some time. Sean.
He got shoved. He got absolutely rooted out of the groove by the 67 of Connor Horn. Now Josh Parker puts the bumper to the 67, moves Horn up the racetrack. It's getting physical down the back straightaway.
We're just about to hit halfway, guys, and we are already seeing some punches being thrown.
Oh, he turned him.
The back of Horn.
He turned him. He sent him up the racetrack somehow. The 67 of Connor Horn gets it turned back, and now they're crashing back in the field. The 03 Dylan Thomas into the wall. There's the caution.
Wow. Just wow once again. And there's the physicality, right, with some of the moves and some of the patience levels wearing thin for some of those cars, and that's what came into play for Matt Busa. He was already committed up to the high line after seeing what was happening and didn't want to quite check up after he got bumped, mind you, by Horn out of that groove. And that's where I think that secondary incident in the corner happened, and then it built up to this.
If we really want to take this instant replay, we need about 2 laps worth, because this all started when the 67 of Connor Horn moved the 34 of Matt Busa up the racetrack. Busa waited on him. He got back to him in the outside lane, and then Sean Butler, there's no way around it. He sent him into the outside wall, and it was on from there.
Oh, he definitely did. I mean, as we were talking about how physical these guys are, first Horn moved Busa out of the way, and it looked like Josh Parker ended up moving Horn out of the way going into turn 1, and we'll see on the replay here. If you take a look, there's Horn just giving the bumper just a little bit to Busa, and then again just finishing the job. And oh man, we didn't expect to see him come to blows this early and be this aggressive, but boy, like we say, you'll never know where you're going to see in these type of races. Short track racing at its finest.
And Sean, you said it. The move that ultimately doomed the 67 of Connor Horn was that shot that he got from Josh Parker that ultimately, JP, has kept Parker in with a shot to transfer. He's 8th right now with only GT Hawkins and Larry Pace to pass in order to get the job done.
Yeah, and the reason, mind you, I think for that bump is there was already a massive block for Horn in the first place after that bump and run. And probably if you're Parker, you're thinking, okay, why are we blocking for this position? So he gave him the shot. And some great jobs by some of these drivers to avoid all the carnage that caused the caution flag after. And this helps drivers like Trayden Lapsevich a ton. He actually closed up to the group from 2 seconds back. By the time we got to the checkup moments there with all the craziness, he now has somewhat of a chance, if things get even more crazier, to get himself in towards the top 10 at least. So this helps a couple drivers, but really hurts a ton more overall. By the way, Connor Horn, for obvious reasons, to the back of the field with the trigger for all the pandemonium there.
Indeed. So now, with all that, Trayden Lapsevich is going to line up 14th and still going to need some help. Matt Busta is going to line up 12th and still going to need some help. Caden Honeycutt is the leader right now. Jackson Lewis, Austin Edwards, Blake Neer, Dylan Alt, Larry Pace. Those are your current 6 transfers. Then it's GT Hawkins, Josh Parker, Marcus Fruchtedict, Adam Benefield, J.R. Hager, Matt Busa, Curtis Critchley, Trayden Lapsevich, Zach Miracle, Kyle Young, Alec Karen, Dylan Thomas, Connor Horn, the cars on the lead lap who are not in that top 6. Sean Butler, field is doubling up. This is about to get crazy.
I want to think that we couldn't really see a crazier finish than the last one we did, but this has all the ingredients of us seeing just that. We got a bunch of hungry guys around that transfer spot. It's going to be interesting to see who goes to what length to get there. So one thing I was thinking about in that last run, if we get lined up like we did, which I highly think we'll doubt, but we got to see just the length Caden Honeycutt will go to keep the lead, because if he gives that bottom up even the slightest, Jackson Lewis is going to stick his nose in there, and Caden might be in danger of sliding all the way back past the transfer spot.
I think Caden's got enough speed. He'll be okay to stay in the top 6. But you're right. He wants to keep the lead. Justin Prince as the lights go out atop the pace car, because every spot you lose is 3 spots further back in the main event tomorrow compared to if he wins this race.
And that's why I think he's going to be so defensive here too, if once he gets the launch off, because Jackson Lewis, we've talked about him. He's been doing an impressive job just methodically cutting through the field. This helps him potentially if he times this up right.
Dexter's detailing restart cam as they work off turn 4. Green flag back in the air. A beautiful jump for Caden Honeycutt. He nails the restart. He leaves Jackson Lewis 2 car lengths back in the dust side by side for 3rd. Austin Edwards and Blake Neer.
Oh, and near clear right behind as Hawkins nearly squeezed up into Josh Parker, though. Still stuck on the top line is Larry Pace. This could be trouble if he can't find a hole down the front straightaway. Hawkins looking at that gap and quick as Pace blocks it.
Pace jump
wide of the corner. I'm sorry to interrupt, Jacob, but Larry Pace almost tried to throw it in 3 wide, and they're going to be checking up big time as they hit off of turn number 2.
Oh, they're all stacking up now. They're 2 wide. They're thinking about 3 wide. Parker's on the outside trying to make something happen. Still 7 to go, a lot of time. But here comes the 182 of Marcus Fruchtedict trying to get into this mix, as is the 49 of J.R. Hager.
Oh, and they're really blocking aggressively. Blake Neer blocked all the way to the yellow line, just about trying to hold on to a spot in front of Dylan Alt. Alt not happy about that one to the quarter panel. This is getting very physical. Hawkins just got hit again. They're all bumping and banging each other.
Whoa, around back in the pack. Benefield goes around, crashing in the corner. 1 car up in the air. Caution flag waves with 6 laps to go. It started with Adam Benefield. I think he got turned. Zach Miracle gets upside down and ends on his roof. We'll get a look at the replay. But it started with the 83 of Adam Benefield, was the first car to slide and go around in the corner. Oh, he had a big head of help. I think that was J.R. Hager. And then pandemonium after that. Contact, you see Miracle getting upside down. And Justin Prince, wasn't it you that said after lap 1 and the incident there that Trayden Lapsevich wasn't going to have a chance and needed a couple of cautions? Guess who's now in the top 10 from 17th and about 6 seconds back?
What can I say? You need luck, and sometimes it finds its way. And I think he might have borrowed some of Zach Miracle's miracles. Let's put it that way. While Zach Miracle, all of those led to him being flipped upside down in the transfer to Lapsevich. In all seriousness, really the send up there, it almost looked like just try to go for the hole Hager did, but just was a half a car lane too high, and it just causes absolute carnage once again for some of these cars. While others, they didn't even get stopped in time. For a good second and a half, that was Alec Karen who just went full throttle into it.
There's your Blu-Emu instant replay as we are going to end up, I think, Sean Butler, going into overtime here. The caution came with 6 to go, and I believe that'll at least have us end up being 1 lap beyond our scheduled distance, if not a little bit more.
I mean, fittingly so. I mean, we knew this race would be slightly more competitive than the first one, given all the big names we have in this, but I didn't think it would be this aggressive. So as we were talking about, the big story with Trayton Lapsevich has himself a journey through this race. Started 17th up to 10th right now, as we talked about. He is not out of the woods yet. He's still got a few more spots to go. But a guy's...
Caden Honeycutt, I think, just jumped out of the car, guys.
Oh, he's not... Where did Caden go? He's in the pits right now.
Oh my. I'm not sure what happened, but goodness, if this is how Caden Honeycutt's race ends, I can't even imagine.
I'm not sure what to say from that. That was from the lead, guys. I'm not sure. Wow.
There's no indication in any of the race chats right now. There's
everybody's the drivers are as confused as we are. I have no words for that. Wow. If this is how Caden Honeycutt's shot to make the Blu-Emu short track shootout comes to an end, I've seen a lot of things, Justin Prince. I've never seen this.
Yeah, I am confused on that as well. This is going to be big for Jackson Lewis. And this really changes the bubble spots, to say the least. Wow.
I mean, it's probably going to be big for GT Hawkins as well in the 114. There he is. I mean, that jumps him from 7th to 6th, the transfer position. So, Jake, I mean, I'd be elated if I'm in GT spot, but at the same time...
Pardon me for cutting you off on this.
You're good.
You're not going to believe the reason for this, guys. He had to go to the bathroom. He sacrificed a transfer spot to go to the bathroom.
Oh, boy.
Are you kidding?
What was I saying, Jacob? We've seen some crazy things in these windshield events already. That might be at the top of the list.
I've literally seen it all now. And I've known Caden for a long time. Not sure I'm going to let him live this one down for a little bit. I'm not sure anybody's going to let Caden Honeycutt live this one down for a little bit. Oh, my goodness.
Man. What can you say after that? We're going green, but man, what can you say after that?
I really have no words right now. And the biggest beneficiary here may be Josh Parker, because that lines him up inside 4th row for the green flag. And he tried to time it. They all stack up back in the pack. Contact the 00 of Larry Pace. Slow to the gun there. 4 wide, almost down to turn 1. And Trayton Lapsevich turns Matt Busa.
Oh, and the tempers are going to be flaring as they crash off the corner. Absolutely ugly off the corner. We stay green.
It's one attempt at a green-white checker. It's going to stay green. They're going to race it out. White flag in the air. Jackson Lewis has gotten away. Josh Parker is still 7th. He still needs 1 spot. He tried to get to the 114 at GT Hawkins off turn 2. Could not do it. Down the back straightaway. Bump and run right here. If you're Josh Parker, he sends it in. He cannot get there. And GT Hawkins, I think, is going to hang on for the 6th and final transfer spot. He will. Jackson Lewis wins Heat 2 over Austin Edwards, Blake Neer, Dylan Ault. Marcus Frutenik manages to sneak his way in, and GT Hawkins holds off one of the all-time greatest in sim racing in Josh Parker, who has experience in both the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series and the eNASCAR Heat Pro League. GT is in, and Josh Parker is going to be running in one of the consolation races.
You know, I was talking earlier about, you know, what phrases are the most common out there in racing. Well, probably one of the more popular ones, especially for this race, is "Have you ever?" After this race, because I can clearly say the circumstances leading up to this, I have never seen anything quite like this.
Give you a rundown of the finish here. Jackson Lewis gets the job done in the 107. Austin Edwards transfers in second. Blake Neer third. Dylan Alt fourth. Marcus Fruchtenich in fifth. Hill race in the short track shootout tomorrow. GT Hawkins comes home sixth. Josh Parker, the first man out, in seventh. Curtis Critchley in eighth. Matt Busa will head to the consies in ninth, and Kyle Young in 10th, JP.
Dylan Thomas 11th, J.R. Hager to 12th, while Alec Carring finishes in 13th. Laurie Pace, among those drivers in that big crash off of turn 2 on the GWC, finishes 14th. Benefield Horn, Lapsevich nearly got by and used the bumper on that Busa trying to advance on. That in turn led to 4 wide, and that does not work at the action track. Caden Honeycutt, this is a way to become infamous, I'm guessing. From transferring to the bathroom to 18th, Zach Miracle, Travis Brown also do not finish.
And with that, we're going to take a moment to catch our breath. We'll see if we can't connect with one of the drivers who transferred out of heat race number 2 in a couple of minutes. But first, we will take care of a couple of things for our sponsors and be back with more coverage of the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by SimSeats right after these words.
Hall of Fame driver Rusty Wallace here. When my body feels like it just got beat up for 500 laps, I turn to Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream to target my pain. With its patent-pending hands-free sponge applicator and non-greasy, deep-penetrating formula, Blu-Emu's lidocaine cream gets down deep for big-time pain relief. And more importantly, it doesn't leave me smelling like pit row. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got a race to win, pain-free.
Blu-Emu, maximum pain relief, the official pain relief cream of NASCAR.
Welcome back to coverage of the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by SimSeats on Windshield Deep from the virtual Richmond Raceway as we get set for the third and final heat race before we move into the remainder preliminary action. And Jacob Seelman, Justin Prince, Sean Butler still on the call with you as we get set for our final 30-lap heat of the night. Gentlemen, I would say we haven't seen it all yet, but I'd say, Sean, we pretty much have at this point. I mean, it has been wild, nuts, and, you know, the Caden Honeycutt thing that I can promise he won't live down for at least tonight.
If anything else happens in this next race, it will have to be significantly higher than this last race to top it. I mean, we saw everything from great racing, huge wrecks, mid-race bathroom breaks. I mean, you can't really get much more than that. But again, you never know. It is a Windshield Deep event, so you never know what this group has in store. But hopefully, it'll be just as exciting as the last race we just witnessed.
JP, third heat race, a little bit lighter than perhaps the first two, but still plenty of heavy hitters in this one.
Yeah, you have Vicente Salas, you have Andy Trupiano, who's quick on the short tracks. You have Landon Huffman himself in this gridding. You also have drivers like Brian Blackford, who felt like he did the job of not qualifying well, as he kind of joked about on Twitter, but is happy about, I think, the car for this race. I think you also have to keep an eye, though, on Thomas Axum, specifically because of the success he's had in December, because I think he can carry a lot of momentum through tonight as long as he carries the speed he did just a couple weeks ago over at Five Flags.
I'm going to be very interested as we get set to rock and roll for this third and final heat race in what a few of these guys can do. But we get set for the last heat here and see Colin Keister, Paul Kashiba on the front row, Vicente Salas inside row number 2 alongside Zach Novak, Brad Erickson, Grayson Ward, row 3, Ethan Johnson, Thomas Axum, Brian Blackford, and of course, Windshield Deep Zone Landon Huffman completing the top 10. There's a lot of Coke Series and former Coke Series experience in that top 10, JP.
Yes, indeed. You also have Michael Finlayson, who has a lot of experience working with several of those drivers. Matt Kingsbury starts in 12th, a long-time sim racer as well. Andy Trupiano, one of the youngsters in the field, prior eNASCAR Ignite Series and Windshield Deep experience with championships along those lines. Tower Payne, 14th. Lane Hosler starting in 15th. Then you have Caden Tufts. Elliot Henderson starts 17th. Brad Wright, he had some very bad luck earlier on tonight in qualifying, 18th, while Rocky Boyd III rounds out the 19 cars in Heat Race 3.
Once again, 6 more drivers will transfer to the main event, Sean Butler, and there are less really good drivers starting deep. The problem is there's a lot of really good drivers in the first 6 rows, and that is going to make this just as cutthroat.
It really is. So you got guys coming from the back, similar to the previous race we had. You got to watch guys like Andy Trupiano there. Landon is mid-pack. So those are 2 guys you got to watch. Brian Blackford is also on the outside looking into the transfer spot. A lot of these guys are going to be clambering their way up in the field, and a lot of short track experience there as well. So might have to put the focus on those guys to see what they do to make their way up. But if it's anything like these other races at Pin Jacob, it's going to be very, very exciting.
JP, what is Landon's path to potentially being able to transfer here?
Get to the bottom, make sure he doesn't burn the tires quickly, and then try and capitalize on any mistakes. Just pick off everyone one by one. Don't take it in chunks 3, 4, 5 wide, in my opinion. As long as he keeps it calm and collected and gets himself quickly to the bottom, it's his race to try and get himself in.
As we get set to go, we remind you that coverage of the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout presented by SimSeats is brought to you in part by Blu-Emu. It works fast and you won't stink. Green flag in the air, big checkup back in the field, around about 12th, 13th position. The front of the field starts to settle itself out as we go green. Landon Huffman side by side with the 51 of Ethan Johnson. That is the first battle for position as everybody's all over the place down the back straightaway, maybe 3 wide into turn 3. Here comes Blackford.
And what did I just say? 3 wide, not gonna help him, and now contact down the front stretch.
Oh, Huffman gets out of the throttle. Ethan Johnson goes around. We stay green for the moment, and I believe we will stay green all the way around. Ethan Johnson out of the groove. Everybody else got clear, and that is going to pretty much end any hope he had of being able to advance. So Ethan Johnson now all but a lap down. Colin Keister still your leader, but Vicente Salas up to the 2 spot.
Vicente Salas moving up, started back in third, just makes his way up to second, got a side-by-side just behind him. Paul Kashiba in the 47, Grayson Ward in the 7. Then you got to go back to Thomas Axum and Zach Novak. The first side-by-side battle on the track, but these guys not wasting any time getting physical, and Novak trying to make his way up. He started in 4th. He's currently drifted back to 7th, but he finds his way in line as we're going to battle for the lead off of 2.
Battle for the race lead. Here comes Vicente Salas on Colin Keister, the Elliott Sadler Esports young gun to the inside. He'll make the pass. He'll try to bring Bradley Erickson with him. Salas to the lead. Erickson going for second. Keister trapped on the high lane with nowhere to go.
And this is not good for Keister since there's no holes for at least a few car lanes back unless he forces his way in. And he does drifting his way into the hole, in fact. Just about went across the nose of P4. Nearly went dive bombing underneath Erickson. And now the defensive lines are starting to build up.
They are. Paul Kashiba could have easily sent Colin Keister around when they got back to the corner. Elected not to, and that may help everybody except about back there around Thomas Axum in 7th place. Novak is on the bubble right now in 6th. He wants a little breathing room. He looked to the inside of Grayson Ward. He's now all the way alongside as they work off the corner. Back to the stripe. 7 laps being worked now, and Novak battle for P5 in turn 1.
25 laps to go here at Richmond, working heat number 3 tonight. Battle for position still raging on. You got Zach Novak underneath Grayson Ward going into turn number 3. Ward doing a good job of keeping up on the high side, but how is that affecting his tires? We're going to see if Novak can eventually get by him, but right now the battle still rages on for P5 as Novak has the edge in 1.
Novak powers that Sunoco Toyota to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get clear. He wants the spot. He wants a little insurance. He wants to bring Thomas Axum with him. Further back, Brian Blackford has worked his way up into the 8th position now, trying to make something happen, and not too terribly far off this battle, even as Landon Huffman still, who's worked his way back into the top 10 after that big checkup for the Ethan Johnson incident.
Yeah, and I think if you're Landon Huffman, just watch along and wait for this to go on and build up, because eventually Grayson Ward's tires are going to start to melt a little bit on that top line. I think they're starting to get towards that mark as the caution is out in turn 4. It's Rocky Boyd, but we know Tyler Payne.
Rocky Boyd was around it, but it was Tyler Payne who ultimately went around in the 018 to bring out the caution flag. So Tyler Payne falls to the rear of the field. We'll get a look at it on the Blu-Emu instant replay, see if we can't find out what happened here, gentlemen. And there's a little contact, and there's a little more contact, and a big shot into the outside wall for Tyler Payne.
Looks like this started with Tyler getting into the back of the 48 of Brad Wright here. So we look above. Brad Wright is in that white and black car on the bottom, as we see there. So it gets him loose, and then he eventually just gets tagged from behind, checking up for the wreck. It looks like it was Elliot Henderson in the 37. Hits him once and then twice and send him up the track. So 2 separate wrecks ending in Tyler Payne hard on the wall in turn 4. And that is not what you want to see if you're the driver of the 018.
I can tell you what Zach Novak wanted to see, and that's the fact that he was scored 5th at the caution flag, Justin Prince. That allows him to start on the inside lane for this next restart, and for the driver who is hoping to really rally back after what was not a very good start for Novak, this is a good way to do it.
I think so, especially to try and get some breathing room, especially since I think it's going to be hotly contested from that point on back, where he's going to have to play defense now, because there's Axa, there's Blackford, there's Finlinson, there's Huffman and Trupiano, all lined up essentially position by position, who are going to be scattered amongst the rows. I don't know how easy it's going to be to try and hold him off if you are the bubble car itself. Being scored in 5th and having that preferred line on the bottom side is so crucial, as we've talked about, for an event such as this.
So we continue to circulate under the caution flag. Sean Butler, what sticks out to you so far as we're not quite halfway? This is the earliest we've had a caution so far.
It is. I mean, I was kind of looking around earlier in the race. I mean, when we saw Colin Keister and Paul Kashiba kind of side by side, I think Colin owes Paul Kashiba a little bit of lunch or something for letting him in line earlier. So that is a big step for Keister to get in, so he doesn't slide too far back. But the top four we saw, they broke away from the initial pack by about a second, and you saw guys like we were talking about, Zach Novak and Grayson Ward fighting hard for the position. So it's going to be interesting to see as this thing winds down, as we get closer to halfway, just how much more courteous the front guys are going to be to each other, and when, if at all, they start to race each other hard.
Who's outside Justin Prince of the transfer spot right now that you're most looking at, or who really needs to get up on the wheel when we go back green here in a couple of laps?
Who needs to get really up on the wheel? In my opinion, guys like Trupiano, like Matt Kingsbury, Elliott Henderson, definitely, who are among those drivers who need to get up on the wheel and fast. And then try and find a way to get that wheel to jump over every single car that they need to pass somehow in the span of 5 laps, and then go from there. In other words, if you're in the back part of the field for this upcoming restart, you're going to need to hope for a bit of luck and some checkups that you can capitalize on and gain several positions potentially without getting yourself destroyed. Let's put it that way. Don't get yourself in a tricky situation if you are looking to try and move in from the back.
The Dexter's detailing restart cam as we come back to green. Salas gets on the gas, gets a really good restart for the 54, and a quick caution immediately. Didn't see an incident. I'm wondering if that's for the start, Justin Prince.
Yes, we are hearing a restart violation. The white line on the bottom of the racetrack is where the restart zone is for tonight's action. Salas went a good 5 car lengths early on that. He essentially has been ruled for a jumped restart, so we'll have to re-rack him and stack him from it.
And we'll wait to get any clarification whether it's one warning proper, or if they will dock him positions for this. Sean Butler, we didn't have any sort of an issue for this for any restart violations during the Thanksgiving Classic. So this is the first time we're dealing with an issue.
We really didn't. So, I mean, the restart zone at Southern National is very, very soon after the pace car pulls off. So that was a really big reasoning for that. But here at Richmond, RJ Williams, the head official for this race, still on the radio trying to gather these guys back. But as JP said, Vicente did indeed go before the white line. You'll see if we get a replay off of turn number 4, you'll see that white line on the apron just on the exit. That is going to be the restart zone. And Vicente does indeed jump it. I'm not hearing any penalties for Vicente. I'm hearing it's just a warning from what RJ said. We'll have to see if there's any official wording on that. But as of right now, a slap on the wrist to the 54, and we'll go ahead and rack him up again for another restart.
The big issue here, Justin, is this is burning laps. If you're guys who are further back on the further back in the field outside the transfer, it also does, because we did take an official green, shuffle up a few of those positions. So guys like Brian Blackford, Landon Huffman, Michael Fenlison, who were Black and Huffman were on the top side, Fenlison was on the bottom. They swapped lanes now because they changed positions.
Yeah, that's going to be really frustrating. 100% for them because of that. Because I think that caught a couple drivers off guard on the checkup with how early they went too, and I think that's where that all comes into play now, is where all those positions got shuffled third on back or so. That's going to really help Paul Kashiba, though. He's up to third position as a result of the time of the caution flag. Well, Zach Novak, we talked about him being in a comfortable spot. Not so much anymore because of that.
No, it's not. He was 5th on the restart. He'll be 6th now when we go back to green, and easily under attack from Thomas Axum. Sean Butler, this is one of those nuances a bit unique to the iRacing sim, where we do have in-person race control. However, positions at the moment of caution are determined by the sim, so it's not just as simple as what you would see at your local short track, where you just revert to the lineup from the last restart.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. And we're seeing guys that are affected too. Michael Finlayson has been very loud on the race radio saying, so now I'm on the top, cool, in that number 14 car. So he is definitely not too happy. He's going to be restarting in 8th, but as you mentioned about Zach Novak, he is going to be restarting on the top as well. And Thomas Axum, as you said, has a direct line to that 6th position in the transfer spot. So we're going to see just how quickly Novak gets to the bottom to keep his transfer spot active.
Novak's going to have a lot of work to do here. So field is doubled up. Pace car is off. Going to be 12 to go. Green flag back in the air. And again, Salas gets a good launch. He waited a little longer this time. And now the 22 of Brad Erickson sweeps to the bottom of the racetrack. Battles on for the transfer spot. They're 3 wide behind Novak.
And that's not going to work as nearly trouble behind Trupiano, Landon Huffman. He's really trying to push hard, shooting it up the middle here. This could be dangerous coming off the corner, though. Somehow they make it.
They make it for now. The battle is around Novak. He is in the 6th and final transfer spot under attack from Brian Blackford. Blackford tries to get underneath Novak as they work off turn 2. 10 to go when they get back to the line, so there's still a lot of time, and Novak slices across Blackford's nose.
Novak maintains the spot for now. Blackford had a good run off at 2. We're going to see if he can make one more run at it. They are still ducking and dodging behind them. Landon Huffman throws the big block on Michael Finlayson just behind, and the battle is on for this transfer spot. Blackford now under really big pressure from Thomas Axum in the 13 as they head down the backstretch, and here comes Axum into 3.
Big dive for Axum. He can't get to the quarter panel of Blackford to make the move, so Blackford now going to have a car length or so of space to chase down Novak, who is trying to get back to Grayson Ward. Novak is in for now, but he wants to have a little breathing room.
Yes, indeed. He's been all over the back bumper for a good couple laps now. In 3 and 4, they've been dead even, but in the corner entries, it's the apex that's the difference. Novak starting to get held up as Grayson Ward lines up. Novak showing the nose, might try to set it up here on the inside. Yes, he will.
Novak to the inside. Ward stays topside. They're all the way door to door as they work off turn number 2. 7 laps to go. Wheel to wheel down the back straightaway for 5th.
Into turn number 3, they are still side by side for that transfer spot. Novak wants to get that cushion, but that's going to let Brian Blackford and company close up. He's got Blackford, Axum, Trupiano, Huffman is there as well, and all this is going to do is accordion these guys for one big run at the transfer. Blackford to the rear bumper of Ward as they head into turn number 3. This battle's far from over.
Battle is not over yet. Novak trying to get that 5th position clear. He has got it almost clear. Blackford wants a shot at the transfer on Grayson Ward. 5 to go when they get back to the line. This may not be over yet.
Yeah, and I think with Blackford, we've seen him take it 3 wide before and send some daring moves. He's going to try some here to the inside. Now tries to get himself a transfer spot as Ward slides up. Thomas Axum thinking about it. He's taking it near 3 wide as Blackford blocks it to the line.
Blackford throws the block all the way to the bottom. He gets tagged. He hangs onto it somehow, and they're still side by side for the transfer off 2.
Absolutely incredible save by both Blackford and Thomas Axum. They're not done yet. A little bit of a bump to Blackford. That's going to move up Huffman down to the bottom of Grayson Ward. Ward's going to slide back. So that brings Brian Blackford to the transfer spot. Axum right all over him. They're still all over each other through 1 and 2.
It's not over, and Landon Huffman may be in the catbird seat in 8th if Blackford and Axum get into it. 3 laps to go when they come back to the line. Vicente Salas has gotten himself away, but Axum's trying to make a comeback. 3 to go right here.
And it's been made clear that Axum's not afraid to use the bump and run, and we've already seen it once before the block. Will we try it again? Thought about it with the checkup. Blackford starting to lose the right rear. Contact behind. Scraping the wall is Landon Huffman. He watches in the catbird seat as there's the bump. Blackford with the save.
Save now as they come to 2 laps to go. 1.5 miles. Salas, Erickson, Kushiba, Keister, and Novak are gone. Blackford is trying to hold the Hounds at bay for 1.5 laps. They work down the back straightaway.
Off of turn number 2, Blackford hits the wall. That's going to open the door for Axum. Blackford takes the defensive line. Axum gives him the bumper. Still, oh my goodness, Axum is all over the back of Blackford, still saving it. Where's Landon Huffman going to go? Axum looking to the inside. Here comes Huffman. They turn each other into the wall. Axum is on his roof and gets hit by Brad Wright. And no caution, we stay green.
And who got through there on the bottom? It might have been Grayson Ward down the back straightaway to checkered Vicente Salas.
Oh! Grayson Ward just got absolutely taken out by Brad Wright. What in the world happened there?
I have a feeling I know what's going to happen from race control, because that was Justin Prince. You guys had eyes on it. I was still watching the carnage in turn 1 as they went to turn 3 and 4, but they've made it very clear that if you take somebody out for the transfer spot, you will not get it.
He absolutely got full throttled there. Ward just got through lucky. Brad Wright just completely floored it in after all that checkup and carnage. Take a look that triggers all this. You have what is probably one of the dumbest blocks I've seen ever to the inside wall that flips over Blackford and takes Axum with him. Then you have Wright who makes it through. It's been a rough race for him. He's 3 car lengths back of this. And he just decides, you know what, I'm just going to send it and completely send him into the fence. Ethan Johnson gets through for 6th spot. Like, what in the world was everyone thinking there?
Oh, man.
I believe, as they said in the old days, Justin Prince, that would be a case where everybody's brains took leave of their bodies.
A brain fade is what I call it. Absolutely brain fade. And I understand Blackford wanted to try and hold on, but eventually you've got to understand he's there. You can't block all the way to the inside wall. It just doesn't work because, well, it's a wall. You're going to hit the wall. And that's what exactly he triggered there with how aggressive the cut was. And took Landon with him.
Wow.
Well, I'd say that was the only thing that was missing from tonight is some controversy at the end, and here we are. So very, very eventful evening to say the least, but I'm curious to see what the officials are going to do about this one.
Well, it was so Justin Prince, I think the big thing here is if you're Ethan Johnson, Ethan wasn't involved in any of that madness.
Yeah, Ethan Johnson was just watching along really in all of that, if anything.
That was the biggest lucky break that he's probably ever had in his sim racing career.
He went from 12th. He went from 12th spot with all of that. He had been struggling a little bit and just kept his car clean the whole race, backed off of the main pack and just drove through as cars were flipping to his right side. This is going to be really interesting. Again, keep in mind, all of this unofficial with everything that just broke down here.
Well,
Brad Wright with the message of the day in the race chat here. He says, miscalculated that a little bit, Jacob. So, oh man, we've seen it all tonight officially. This is something.
Prince, while we're waiting on Vicente Salas to hopefully join us here for a couple of minutes, I'll let you and Sean Butler take us through the results that, as you mentioned, are very unofficial right now.
Yes, indeed. And after a big block to the yellow line, this is currently the unofficial top 6, where it's Vicente Salas who wins by 0.4 of a second over Ericsson. Kashiba finishes in 3rd. Then you have Colin Keister, Zach Novak, and then it becomes carnage mode. Ethan Johnson gets through the madness to 6th. Henderson to 7th. Kingsbury to 8th. Wright is currently scored in 9th. Lane Hausler starts from 15th, finishes unofficially in 10th, Sean.
11th through 20th is Rocky Boyd. Landon Huffman, we saw, got involved in that madness later on in the race. Caden Tufts will wrap up in 13th. Grayson Ward, 14th. Andy Trupiano, a disappointing run, in 15th. Michael Finlayson, 16th. Then Brian Blackford will end up in 17th. Thomas Axum in 18th. And Tyler Payne will round out the field in heat number 3.
Just wow is the main thing you can really say from all of that, Sean. And really, what's your take on that? Because this is going to be a hotly contested discussion for that battle for the transfer spot for Heat Race 3 for a long time.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, it's on the officials now. I mean, I would hate to be in RJ Williams, Landon Huffman, Dylan Wilson's, all their shoes to find out a ruling for all this. But this is going to take some time to follow and get this update on, because I still, yes, you could put it on Blackford for the block, as we see here on the replay. Ryan Bauer is having a great time with these replays here, getting a lot of shots, so big thank you for that. But look at the airtime Axum gets in the corner number 1, sends him on his roof, and this gets hit repeatedly on his roof again. And that costs a bunch of guys a chance at the transfer. So Justin, I'm at a loss, but I'm glad they have to come up with that ruling and not me, because that seems like a lot of extra work that they have to tack on for tonight.
Yeah, let me add this one point here too. Of course, it shouldn't be surprised to see a block for the transfer spot, but as I was trying to get towards Sean, and curious on this thought too, eventually you got to have some give and take, where eventually you have to realize it's not going to work.
Absolutely. I mean, if that's on the last lap, I can maybe see them doing that, but that was with a couple of laps to go. So if at the end of the day, if you give up the spot, you still have a chance. Maybe the guys that pass you end up wrecking each other and you could slide through. So you never know. Some guys think right in the moment and some guys think, later on in the race. But man, oh man, just a lot of questions after this incident that we need answers for. And I got a feeling it's going to be a little bit before we get them. But Jacob, I think we've reeled in Vicente Salas, our race winner.
That we have for a Blu-Emu Instant Reaction, presented by Blu-Emu, proud sponsor of the Blu-Emu Short Track Shootout here at Richmond Raceway. Vicente, you missed all the chaos, but I imagine this was pretty good 30-lap setup for what you're going to need tomorrow when it comes race time.
Yeah, I kind of tested some offset stuff and kind of tried to get a feel for the car and get a feel for the balance of it. It felt pretty good for 30 laps. I'm glad we could really jump out front and kind of stay out of the trouble. It feels good to come out in a safe position for the main event.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of people talking about this package being conducive to passing. You were able to pass your way up to the lead and then hold on down the stretch. What were you feeling from the car that you liked or didn't like?
I think the car was definitely a little bit tighter than my liking. So I think it was really just about rolling into the corner nicely and really feeling when to roll back into the throttle, because you obviously didn't want to plow off your right front tire. But besides that, the car felt pretty solid.
Head to tomorrow. You're going to have a good starting spot. What's it going to take to be able to win the $1,000 prize and call yourself a short track shootout champion?
Honestly, looking at how this race went, I think we're going to need a little bit of passing and a little bit of luck on our side too, given the circumstances that happened behind.
You were working with a lot of the Elliott Sadler Esports bunch over there to try and get yourself a spot in this main, and I know you got a lot of people over on that side to thank for making this possible.
Yeah, I got to thank everyone at Elliott Sadler Esports, also everyone at BHR, Brinkley Hefner Racing, for giving me this opportunity and getting me in this race. Got to thank Hansky, Gloves, Stroker Industries, Musgrave Racing Co., Factory Carts USA, and you guys for putting on the show.
That is our Blu-Emu Instant Reaction with tonight's third heat winner, Vicente Salas, who gets the job done for Elliott Sadler Esports, the Temecula, California young gun, Justin Prince. Very impressive tonight, and as we get set to wind up our portion of the broadcast, I really don't know what to say other than, oh my, oh my, oh my.
And the reason I haven't touched upon this, and I know people are probably asking about this, is I'm not sure how to react to one of the most blatant sends in turn 3 we've ever seen. Ever. And I
agree with you.
That was the most egregious send I've seen ever on here. You've got to use your head, and he didn't. Quite blatantly, Brad Wright didn't. That was never going to work in 100,000 years. And I think he's going to be someone who's going to rethink that and say, okay, I've got to do a lot of rethinking on what just happened tonight to try and build for the future from that. Because that was absolutely ugly what happened in turn 3 after everything in turn 1.
Sean Butler, let's look ahead to tomorrow and try and handicap this a little bit. I know we're not done, of course. The C mains tonight will be run on the secondary broadcast stream, and then we'll have the LCQs tomorrow also on the secondary stream before we come back for the feature event. But handicap this. We got a lot of good names in this field. Who do you like as potential threats to win this thing?
We absolutely do. I mean, if tonight was any sort of indication on how the racing is going to be tomorrow, it is going to be close quarters, side by side. As we heard a couple drivers touch on, passing is going to be a big factor tomorrow, and we're going to see just who can come through the field. As far as picks go, man, we've seen throughout this whole race, you can't not go with Alex McCollum whenever Thanksgiving Classic. He's going to be definitely one to watch. Got a few other guys that we're going to be looking at, so it's going to be crazy to see who can navigate the traffic, and if any of these happen, the wrecks that happen, to get themselves in position to take home the money tomorrow.
I'll try it again. My name I'm throwing out is the hometown kid and the driver who won at this very racetrack in eNASCAR iRacing Pro Series competition a few weeks ago. Keep an eye on Garrett Maines, who qualified in the top 10 and is going to be a threat, I think, come race time tomorrow. That being said, however, for right now, we are going to wind up our portion of tonight's Windshield Deep broadcast for the Blue Emu Short Track Shootout presented by SimSeats. And one more time to say thank you to Blue Emu, our primary partner. It works fast and you won't stink. For those who want to stick around and watch the LCQs, there will be a secondary stream coming up shortly. No commentary on that one, but you will be able to visually see all the action and the chaos that we're sure is still to ensue. Right now, however, for Landon Huffman and Dylan Wilson at Windshield Deep, for Ryan Bauer down in the production trailer, and for my broadcast partners Justin Prince and Sean Butler, I'm Jacob Seelman saying thank you for watching the Blue Emu Short Track Shootout presented by SimSeats, and we'll see you tomorrow for main event action from the virtual Richmond Raceway. Till we meet again.